plunder and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest.
All right, what up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, back in the flesh again. Now that I seem to have gotten over a little bout with some sort of an illness. I don't know if it was COVID or not. Did not go in and get tested. But I want to get on with the program. Enough about yours truly. Yesterday or this weekend, former President Trump held a rally where he is stating that Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, is not only is she mentally incompetent, but he is suggesting she was born from birth. She was born mentally ill. Why the hell? Why the hell are we talking about this? Now, he's suggesting that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill. Now, I'm bringing this up because I ended up posting a short on this, and I asked a question as citizens of this great country. You know, whether you believe Trump gave us a much better economy than Biden, hell of a lot of people do believe the economy was better under Trump. The numbers show that when it comes to the economy, voters overwhelmingly are siding with Trump. Same thing on the border. A lot of folks believe Trump's policies are better than Kamala Harris. But I asked a question, irrespective of the border, irrespective of the economy, do you miss having Trump in office? Having a commander-in-chief, a president, that would commonly, frequently say disrespectful shit about anybody they wanted or anybody he wanted without concern of how they took it. Do you miss having that? Having a president in office that had no problem saying disrespectful shit about one of his citizens without any concern of how the general public took it. That's what we're going to talk about. Now, I got hammered. I got absolutely hammered by many Maga, many Trump supporters that suggested there was nothing wrong with this. That believe there is absolutely nothing wrong with President Trump. Because keep in mind, okay, now he's saying Kamala Harris has, saying Kamala Harris was born mentally ill. But before suggesting Kamala Harris was born mentally ill, he suggested that Haitians are eating pets. And of course, the four words that broke the internet for a short time, I hate Taylor Swift. So I'm asking you folks, do you miss that? Is that the president we favor? Has Biden become too boring? Do we miss the name calling, the insults, the belittling, and treating other fellow Americans like shit? Maybe we missed that. Maybe it's time we go back to that. I'd like to know from you folks, because he is now stating that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill. Now, I had a hell of a lot of folks push back on my live stream or on my short that I posted saying that, listen, it's true. Folks were suggesting it's true. Kamala Harris is mentally ill. That she was born mentally ill. I don't get that. I don't understand that. Because I would have to ask, is there any solid, documented medical evidence claiming that as a child, as a newborn, Kamala Harris had some form of mental illness? Because I got a lot of MAGA that's saying it's true. A lot of Trump supporters that are defending what he said. So I'd have to ask you folks, do you miss having a president that does things like that? Has society become too boring under the likes of, say, Joe Biden? Now, going straight to the cover. We're going to have this just one topic. I'm on the backup page, so I'm trying to make sure everything on here is working right because TikTok for some reason has been playing a lot of games with the algorithm. I just want to make sure it is open because we're not trying to do any type of sub only lives or anything like that. We want it to be open to everybody. But looking in the comments, if he lost the debate to a mentally ill person, then that's a red flag for him. Yeah. If he's going to suggest that Kamala Harris is mentally ill, but keep in mind, Trump doesn't think he lost the debate. Trump believes he won that debate. Remember, he stated that if you lose, he mentioned, I think he tried to use the example of a prize fighter. If a fighter loses a match, they quickly want a rematch, suggesting that because Kamala Harris won in another debate, that's an indication that she lost. So Trump believes that Kamala Harris did not win that debate. But I want to, before we go to the box and take a few callers, I do want you to hear what we are discussing. And by the way, I would invite you guys to tap the screen, see if we can get the numbers to finagle right, get the likes up to about a couple thousand if we can to start the program off. I don't know what the hell's going on with TikTok, but on the backup page, sometimes this happens. So I'd ask that you folks tap the screen. This is the actual clip that everyone is talking about.
They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, if a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office.
Now, before I continue on, now you hear the applause in the background, so there's a lot of folks that favor what former President Trump is saying. However, I will push back on the grounds that they did attempt to impeach Mayorkas, the individual on the Biden administration that was responsible for the border. I don't know how all of a sudden the vice president is getting all, well, I do know, because you need something to damage her with. And she did indeed say that there was no problem at the border and folks was referred to as the border czar. But officially, that's not the vice president's job. So I don't know why he is suggesting that Vice President Harris is the one that should get impeached. There are other members of the Biden-Harris administration that would be more directly responsible for border security. It wouldn't be Vice President Harris. That would not be her duty specifically. So I do want to bring that up.
And rightfully so. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. She was born that way. And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this.
He's suggesting that Kamala Harris was born mentally impaired. I'm going to ask the obvious question. Based on what? What has Kamala Harris did to indicate that she was born? I mean, from a baby, born mentally impaired. Now, she has been the attorney general out in California. She was the district attorney. Then she got promoted to the attorney general. Then she spent 4 years as a California senator. And then she's now completing her 4th year as a vice president and running for president of the United States. Where is she getting the notion that she was literally from birth born mentally impaired? Wow. All right, let me go to the box because I am going to admit, I'm going to plead ignorance here. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I'm clueless. I'm ignorant on this. I don't understand what would lead Trump to suggest she was born mentally impaired. Now, if she's making some bad decisions as commander-in-chief, we can hold her accountable for that. But going all the way back to her childhood, suggesting that she was born mentally impaired, I'm kind of clueless about that. Let me go to the box. We'll start right off with Stick, the ruler. Good afternoon, Stick.
How you doing, Tim?
I don't know, man. Our vice president seeking the nation's highest office was born mentally impaired. Are we trying to put an invalid in the White House?
No, I think what it is he don't have anything negative or bad other than insults, other than trying to make fun of basically nothing. He has no proof that she's mentally whatever. So that, I mean, it's Trump. It's classic Trump. I mean, he doesn't have anything basically to try to knock her down. So he's going to his old antics, and it's not working. That's the best.
Well, I'm going to ask you the. Well, I don't know if I can say for sure it's not working. He just did it, but I'm going to ask you the question I asked at the beginning of the live. And by the way, Joseph Miller on YouTube, thank you for that support. Appreciate it. Do you miss having a president that spoke his mind without any concern of how the average citizen took it?
Well, no, I don't miss him at all. I don't really think even the Republicans miss him. He has nobody to back him up in the sense of other than his people who has drunken the Kool-Aid, who is under the spell, who's in the cult. Other than that, I mean, it's probably 50 million strong, but that's his base. His base loves everything that he does. So again, it's just one of those things. It's typical Trump. Like this guy he's reaching.
Why do you think he's calling a woman mentally ill, suggesting that she was born that way. Why do you think MAGA loves that?
Well, MAGA loves it because he's talking about to them, I would say we're the enemy in the sense of Democrats. Then on top of that, to piggyback that, she's a melanated woman. And then on top of that, I already said that she's a woman. So it's those three things right there. She's Democratic, and or part of the Democratic Party. She's a woman and she's melanated.
Yeah, I get a lot of folks. I'm getting a lot of folks that suggest that you got an echo going on. I don't know if you got Bluetooth on or something. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of folks. Yeah, that sounds better. I'm getting a lot of folks that are defending this comment, though.
Well, then again, it's one of those things where this is the same guy who said that he was on a helicopter with Mr. Willie Brown, and it ended up being another black guy that apparently he didn't know his name or didn't know who he was.
So that did happen.
So I mean, I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I'm trying not to upset your base, because your base is MAGA as well.
I enjoy talking to MAGA. Yes, I do have quite a bit of MAGA as my base. That is true.
Yeah. I mean, DJ Julio and Gen X and all those guys, I heard them the other day. I was definitely trying to come back up because, again, they're spewing the hate. They're spewing the they call it jokes, and I'm just joking and da-da-da. But give
me, you can't just throw that out there. Give me an example of how MAGA or even Trump, as you state, is quote-unquote spewing hate. What have they ever said that's hateful? You got to explain that.
Oh, well, I mean, the most, not this comment, because that's hateful, right? The comment that he just did towards the vice president, not just Kamala. Let's just say it for what it is. The vice president of the United States.
Yeah.
Not only did he just say what he said about her, but before he was spewing hate in the sense of, I'm going to tell this lie that my running mate has came up with and tell everybody they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets. All right? Yeah. That's hateful, man. That's hateful. You haven't seen anybody eat anything. Nobody has showed you any video, and you went in a debate and you did that. That's hateful.
I gotta say, I don't. Before we go into whether it's hateful or not, I gotta say I am dying to see a video of people eating dogs and cats. I mean, 20,000 migrants. I still have yet to see one. I get people in my inbox every day saying it's true. but none of them can produce a video that is verifiably in Springfield, Ohio, of somebody eating a dog. I still have yet to see that. But in regards to you saying that what Trump stated is due to Kamala Harris being melanated or being a female, I got a female in the comments. Jenny states it doesn't look like it has anything to do with being melanated, and Laser says it has nothing to do with being female. She's just not qualified. So it perhaps he's not trying to be, as you say, intolerant or bigoted. He's just pointing out a candidate that's not qualified for the job.
I'm over here scratching my head right now because I'm trying to figure out which country did Donald Trump run before he became president. I'm trying to figure out which state he ran before he became president. I'm trying to figure out, did he ever serve as vice president before he became president? Yeah. Like none of these things have happened in Donald Trump's life. But at the same time, because again, he's white, not melanated, and not a woman, he's qualified.
Well, he was go ahead.
She's been attorney general. She's been a state prosecutor. Before that, she was a lawyer or a prosecutor. So the whole point I'm trying to make is, and now she's the vice president, which again, if MAGA, if you have ears, listen to what I say. I get it. It's only like maybe 49 days or something like that till it's time to go pick the next president. But again, realize she's already in the position in 49 days.
30. It's around 30 days. It's way under 49, about 30 days.
Okay, in 30 days. If Biden was to croak right now, I hope he doesn't, but if he was to croak right now, she gets sworn in before she even gets voted in.
Yeah.
So you have to look at things. You have to look at things, MAGA, before you say something, because she's already in the position to be the president.
But I got a whole lot of, because you're calling out MAGA, no problem there, free speech. But I got a hell of a lot of MAGA on the YouTube side says she wasn't qualified for those prior positions either, and they're once again pointing out or suggesting that the only reason Kamala Harris is where she is because of DEI or her sexual exploits. That is what I'm hearing.
I wish they would have said that when Trump was running, that he wasn't qualified, that all he has is basically sexual exploits, because, I mean, that's what we're going through right now with him. All his sexual exploits is being put out there. How many times did he cheated on each one of his wives? Who he cheated with? Oh, she's a porn star. The lady A. Jean Carroll, who he wasn't even the president then, but it came up that, guess what, he raped her. And now he's lying.
But he didn't get promoted due to that.
No, he got promoted because he was the biggest misogynistic guy out there. Trump, he reminds me of Ogre from The Nerds. He doesn't know nothing. He has everybody around him telling him what he should do, but the thing of it is, he's an ogre.
How can you suggest he doesn't know anything when you collectively ask the voting populace as a whole, they favor his policies, certainly immigration and border security, much better than Kamala Harris? How can you say he doesn't know nothing? He's been in 4 years. They've seen what he was capable of, and they favor him over Biden and Harris.
I'm going to be honest with you, Tim. He did nothing. Everything was already there. Only thing he did was one thing. He did an executive order. That's about it. Trump did nothing. I'm not going to give him credit. I know y'all hear you all the time saying, well, man, that's harsh. You're only giving him a failing grade. That's what he deserves.
So you don't see any redeeming quality out of Trump at all. He served 4 years in office. He didn't do one good thing for America at all.
I tried twice with Trump. I'm going to tell you the 2 times I tried to give him something. The first time when he almost passed from COVID, everybody gave him, grace.
Okay.
I hope you're okay.
All right.
I hope you're all right. I hope you get over it, because we've seen all our other family members pass away, correct?
Yeah.
So I gave him a chance then. He came back, messed up, forget about it, right? The next time I gave him a chance, he almost got out of here by shrapnel. He didn't get popped.
You weren't listening to how you're speaking now. You weren't gonna vote for him after that first assassination attempt, were you?
Listen, hold on. Let's rewind that. I was never gonna vote for him.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, having compassion for Trump. These are the times I had compassion for Trump. Even though he is who he is, if it would have been Mussolini, if it would have been Adolf Hitler, I would have been sorry for him.
Damn, you putting him in some dark light. Mussolini and Hitler.
You caught the vid, and we knew what was going on at the time. I felt compassion for him. I'm like, damn, I don't want you to pass away, homie. Like, it's not that serious.
Right.
Just as well as the assassination attempt. That's why I don't get it, even though it's coming back that everybody that has either charged Trump or has some type of real ill will and has done something about it in the sense of trying to get at him, they're all Republicans, including his assassination attempt.
There is a significant amount of that. I got to move it on, Stick. But I do, as always, when I see a controversial comment that is in reference to who I'm talking to, I always give you the floor. Anyone. This applies. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. We're always about free speech here. We don't block, ban, or censor. This one is for you. By the way, folks, tap the screen. We got almost 300, so the numbers are starting to work. Get the likes up to about 15,000. I think we can do that if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Cheeky Chops on YouTube, a frequent commentator, states you can smell the fried chicken on this caller's breath. He's referencing you. The floor is yours.
Well, I would say in this part, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I am black. That's number one. And see, those are the things that MAGA and Trump supporters like to do. They like to lean to those, those racist comments. I mean, that's the best way I can put it. But I'll tell you this is the closest thing that I'll ever be to Trump. My friend, I did not eat chicken. I had McDonald's.
All right, Stick.
I had McDonald's just like he gave all those college students that won the national championship. I had McDonald's. So don't do me like that, and I don't like watermelon.
I'll leave it at that. Always a pleasure, Stick. And I see Annette Jones in the comments says, "See, that's what Trump supports, racist." Calling it out, Stick. Thank you.
That's it. That's what it is, Tim. Holla at you.
Anytime. Moving the program on, by the way, tap the screen. We are indeed asking a question after what Trump stated in reference to Kamala Harris. He was in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin this weekend. I'll give it a quick run over. Before we go back to the box, we'll take the next caller. No businessman would invest his time and energy and money unless it was going to benefit him twofold. That's true, Project Create. That's true. That's a crazy statement. Yeah, it was crazy. Saying that you can smell the fried chicken on the breath of my last caller. Not racist at all. I bet you say that ain't racist at all. All right, I want you to hear, this is former President Trump. We'll go back to the box.
Pillage, thieve, plunder, and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. We don't want you to do anything. And they come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, if a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office, and rightfully so. Joe Biden became mentally impaired.
I'm going to stop it there.
Kamala.
I'm going to stop it there and just simply ask you that question. Do you miss former President Trump? Do you miss the belittling, treating fellow Americans like shit? Do you miss this? Because make no mistake about it, if you get a good economy out of former President Trump, if he gets in there and secures the southern border, this is coming along with him. You may get the policies you want out of former President Trump. There is certainly a possibility of that. He may get in there and the economy and the inflation may go down. We may really like how the country is being ran. But the name calling and insults, clearly, considering this just took place this weekend, that is also coming with him. Do you miss that? And we can talk about the notion of Haitians eating cats and dogs, like my last caller brought up, or even I hate Taylor Swift. There is no denying that if he gets reelected, that part of Trump is coming with him. Do you miss that? Do you favor having a commander in chief that talks shit and belittles his fellow citizens? That's what we're talking about. Going to the box, we will bring up the next caller, Disha D. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Disha. How about you, Disha? Now, is this what you favor? Would you favor having some folks say that Trump simply tells the truth, calls it like it is? Is this what you would favor?
I don't think I've ever heard him tell the truth before.
Never?
So I don't think so.
What about the border?
What's that?
What about his claim that the border is not being secured? Is that not true?
No, when Trump talks, he talks in absolutions and he says things like never and I'm the best. And he's very narcissistic. It's always I have the best, which that's not true. Obama's border was better. So he says things like there's never been another. He's just weird. And I just wouldn't vote for him because he's a pathological liar. I've never heard him really tell the truth. And he's even said to his former aides, if you say things enough, people will believe you. This is my situation with Trump and his supporters. He's gaslighting them. He has said to them, I love poorly uneducated people.
Yeah.
Because you can tell them anything and they have a need to be led by something because they are not educated. They haven't went to find those answers for themselves. So they need somebody to come in and tell them stuff, whether it's true or not, they're going with it. And that's the power of education. Education brings power, and that power is autonomy, the ability to do things and without having somebody else to come along and say, hey, this is how you do it, because you got that knowledge for yourself. So that's the problem I have with Trump, is because he's gaslighting a lot of Americans and thinking he's going to be amazing. He's going to solve all the crises across the world before he even gets in office. As the elect, he's going to do it. I mean, it's quite ridiculous that we even believe that.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles.
Well, in regards to you suggesting it's ridiculous that people believe it, I'll have to ask you this. Why do you think so many people do believe that what he is saying can do will actually happen?
Because they're uneducated. They've never looked any of these things up for themselves. They've never done any type of research.
Wait, you're not. I mean, he had like 74 million people in the first or last time he ran for office. You're not calling all of them folks uneducated, are you? I mean, like, you're talking about tens of millions of Americans. I don't know what happened to my last guest. Maybe she got a call. She dropped out. We'll keep it moving on. I get my share. And my last caller, you're certainly welcome back to the program. But going to the box, I mean, better yet, going to the comment section. I got a bunch of folks today. No matter how we run this damn program, Sambo, Sellout, Uncle Tom, I've probably seen about 7 or 8 of those in the comments already. Wow, it's crazy. My second full day back since I've been off sick for a while, but wow. I do miss that. I got a question for you, says Trump 2024. Go ahead and state that in the comments, Trump. Brian Leonard, I have 3 degrees. Voting Trump. Am I uneducated? No, and what I was going to get at is I'm not one to ever suggest that you got to be uneducated to vote for Trump. I would never say that. I mean, I do believe economically, there's a hell of a lot of Americans that benefited under the Trump administration, and they're hurting under Biden. Pro-choice, pro-life. You can be educated and be pro-life. You can be educated and believe the Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. You can be uneducated and believe the same thing. There's a lot of legitimate reasons for both educated and uneducated to vote for Trump. However, the flip side is the same. There's a lot of legitimate reasons for educated and uneducated to support Kamala Harris as well. I can go down and give you a laundry list of why people may support either one. I don't think either one of these candidates is so far out, there's no reason at all to support them. I do, before I go back to the box, I want to run this clip by you. I haven't heard it just yet, And thank you for that comment. I agree and respect that, bro. Brian Leonard, thank you. I want to, and I see that No Break says there's a lot of educated morons. I don't want to ever group a bunch of folks together and suggest that because they don't think the way I do, they're uneducated or they're morons. I don't believe that. I don't have all the damn answers. I don't know every damn thing. There's a lot of legitimate points to be made that I might not know what the hell you're talking about. My education only goes so far, and I got 3 college degrees. But I want to run this by you before we go back to the box. Certainly we'll ask that you continue tapping the screen. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know how the program is, always has been, always will be MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So understand whether you're in the comment section or in the box, you don't have to agree with anybody else that's watching. You don't have to agree with the damn host. We don't tell you what to say. We're here to hear how you think. That's simply it. It's all about free speech. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak here. That's how free speech works. I can't take these late starts anymore, says Alter Ego. I'm working on it, man, but I got a lot of other obligations that have really fucked with the time. I used to do a 1 o'clock time slot. I would love to go back to that, but a lot of other things kicked in. I don't get enough supporters of the damn program to be that. I mean, I didn't see galaxies and lions and shit. That ain't happening. I'm doing this on my own dime. So understand, I do have a day job that really is demanding sometimes. So I do apologize, but I can't maintain the 1 p.m. slot when the boss is demanding. Anyhow, looking in the comments, Tim, can we all come back on here once Harris becomes president in 2024? Well, we're going to be on here whether Harris becomes president or not. Keep in mind, even if Harris somehow wins the election, alter ego, you know, you can't have just as good as God. Knocking the door shall be open. Thank you, alter ego. I do appreciate that. Understand that even if somehow Kamala Harris wins, there's going to be a ton of litigation. Certainly with the changes they've made to counting votes in Georgia, Pennsylvania, this shit's going to go on for a while. Even if Kamala Harris wins, we all know there's going to be part of the electorate that's going to say it wasn't legitimate. There's going to be challenges in court. It's not going to be over on November 4th or 5th or whenever that is. It's not going to be over that day. Tell you that right off the bat. Anyhow, I want you to hear this before we go back to the box. And I want to get your opinion on this. I think this is queued up the way it should be. It's only 40 seconds. I believe this is what I'm looking for. I want to hear you guys' opinion on this as well, because I'm skeptical on this one.
Really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge. Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for 1 day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, he's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them, let them rob your store. All these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent, then the city doesn't have, it's a chain of events that's so bad. 1 rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. You know, it'll end them.
Now, this was going to be the second topic. I hadn't queued it up, but he's talking about some of these mob robberies you see. A bunch of black kids run into a CVS and they're snatching shit, or run into a Coach purse store and they're taking. This is what he's talking about. His solution, as you heard in the beginning of the video.
You had 1 really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly put.
1 violent day where the police are allowed to bestow some serious violence upon the shoplifters. He believes it would end these type of robberies. So what I'm asking you folks, because kind of like a law enforcement version of the purge, if you catch a bunch of folks robbing a store or whatever, you can be violent to them, and he believes it would stop. Now, listen to how he explains the violence.
Put him in charge. Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for 1 day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, he's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them, let them rob your store. All these stores go out of business, right? They don't rent, then the city doesn't have the whole, it's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough.
One rough hour, and he said, I mean real rough. So he's talking about really bestowing violence upon shoplifters. What do you guys think? Would you support that? I mean, most of these individuals are people of color, but there are non-minorities that's involved in it as well. But the overwhelming majority of these people doing this are people of color. Many of them are juveniles. Many of them are not even full-grown adults. How do you feel about letting full-grown cops, I'm 6'6", 300 pounds, maybe guys my size, beat the shit out of some 13, 14-year-old children? Maybe even worse, because he said really violent, to get the message out. So maybe at the end of one of these robberies, the media can come in and all of the participants are laid all out, maybe like St. Valentine's Day Massacre style, or looking like the end of Hamas on the Gaza Strip, to get the message out, of course, to get the message out. Maybe the purses or the property they were trying to steal is laying beside their body. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. How many of you folks favor that? To protect property, to protect the shop owner from having his property stolen, give the police the ability to beat or kill the shoplifter. What say you folks? Anyhow, going back to the box, pretty dark picture, but that is what he suggested. Michael, good evening, or better yet, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Totally okay with it, says Amps. Wow. Remember, you got to call the cops by the time they come. Reports only, no arrest. Now, keep in mind, folks, we're talking about property. These aren't self-defense cases. We're talking about a shop owner who's complaining that all his property is being taken. You might put me out of business, but this is property. Michael, what say you? Would you favor defending property in this manner?
Man, fuck no, Tim. Listen. Everything that your former caller said and all the comments, it's all racist tropes, man. That's all it is. When people are saying Trump supporters aren't educated, they're not educated in the history of the rhetoric. It's not how many degrees you have. If they don't understand when he's calling her stupid and dumb and the history behind that for black people in this country, they're not educated on race relations. That's when people are saying uneducated. You can have 8 degrees, but if you don't understand the rhetoric or the history behind it, then you don't understand the history behind it.
But let me ask you this, because I'm getting hammered by many in the comments saying he didn't say juveniles, he didn't say do this, he didn't say purge. What did he say in your opinion? What did you hear there? What does he talk? How did you interpret it?
I interpreted exactly how the fuck he meant it. He wants that one day where people are licensed to go out and do harm to black and brown folks at will, just like the immunity thing that we talked about. It's all the same shit, right? And everybody wants to go, yep, sure. Well, if my kids, that's all bullshit. They're not paying attention because they don't want to pay attention, Tim. Those are racist tropes, just like the person that said they can smell fried chicken on your collar. That shit shouldn't even, frankly, and I come on your show all the time, it shouldn't even been read back. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I get it. I know sometimes when I read the comments, people don't like it, but at the same time, but keep in mind, but hold on. I understand that folks like you and many others say, well, why would you even read a racist comment like that? Keep in mind, you're on here right now and you're pretty much calling MAGA racist. Now, MAGA doesn't have a voice on my YouTube side. So when they say things, I can't get them on the program because they're on YouTube. So I do try to give them respect to reading their comments. I mean, you are saying pretty harsh things about them as well, though.
Well, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm saying the harsh things about the people that support those comments, and if that just so happens to be them, then it is what it is. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing that I don't understand with this. I don't care if 74 million people voted for him or 7,500. You got to ask yourself this. If you're okay with what he says, and it's racist by nature, and it's prejudiced by nature, and it's bigoted by nature, it is what it is. It's just funny to me how people want to just make it seem you want to dress this pig up, it's still a fucking pig. And if we're gonna just say that that's what it is, just say that's what it is. But you can't make sense of it. He's sitting at a rally talking about, like you said, a slimmed down version of the purge. Who should be sitting behind that desk talking about running this country for all people saying anything like that. You know, if Kamala would have said that, or Kamala would have said something like that, they would have broke your lives saying, look what she said, look what she said.
I don't think they would have got a chance. The liberals would have ate her alive as well. But that, and I will say for my MAGA viewers, I will defend that comment. That's the way I interpret it. Is he is basically saying we should be given like a time period very similar to the purge to deal with these folks. He said, I mean, very violent. I mean, what else does that mean? Or rough, or whatever term he used, but he is talking about hurting people.
He absolutely is talking about hurting people, and all we want to do is make an excuse, and then the whatabouts. Well, she had the, and listen, people can talk themselves around in a circle all they want. It doesn't change the facts. You know, when you talk about researching things, when you talk about, we're still talking about cats and dogs that's been debunked for weeks, right? They don't want to. Listen, at the end of the day, the last 3 times I've on here, and I always look for you to debate my position back, but these are facts. It's not even how I personally feel about everything, but when we talk about what somebody's talking about doing to black and brown folks, and I happen to be one, yeah, I got a problem with that. Now, I would say this, if he said the same thing about any other race or women, I got a problem with that too. You know what? People that think that way don't stop there.
Ooh.
People that think that way about, and listen, if you got a problem, if you got a distinct hate for Asians, I'm not too far down that list.
Yeah. That certainly, yeah, I can certainly see that. It's kind of like if you have the majority mentality where you favor the majority, you're going to eventually, as you're pointing out, probably have an issue with just about most of the minority groups, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Muslims, LGBT. I get your point. It certainly can spread out like that.
Well, and then listen, for everyone that wants to have, whether it's in the comments or not, if you disagree with what I'm saying, then show me proof that he gives a shit about everybody. Show me proof that when he talks about immigration, that he's talking about migrants, that he's talking about anyone else. Have you ever heard him say anything north of the border? Have you ever heard him say anything about any other races? Have you ever heard him say anything about Ukrainians or Russians? His wife.
Yeah, wait. I gotta defend Trump. He says negative things about the Ukrainians all the damn time. He believes they're corrupt. They got bio labs. He certainly criticizes the Ukrainians.
No, I said about Ukrainian immigrants in this country, not about what he's saying over there. We know why he's saying that over there, because he wants Putin to win. I'm talking about people that are here in this country that visas have expired, that are from Russia or Ukraine or anywhere else. Targets black and brown. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Okay. When he puts the picture on his saying it's either you know, you want to live in this neighborhood, you want to live in that neighborhood, and he showed that picture with all black and brown. There was no light-skinned immigrants in there. There weren't anyone from any other regions, and it's so race-based. It is what it is.
And I'm going to ask you the question. I may have asked you this before, but I'm going to, anytime these type of conversations come up, I inevitably ask this question. If you're suggesting that he is that intolerant of black and brown people, why is he doing so much better with black and brown people than most of his Republican predecessors like Bush and Romney and McCain? Why is he doing so well?
Because of ignorance, because they sat and drunk that bullshit like he did something for them, and they bought into it without doing any research whatsoever. Donald Trump and the Trump name in general has never done anything for anybody but themselves. People are just listening to this shit. I see these other lives with these buffoons, and I'm talking about the black ones out there. They're just saying Trump because he got a stimmy. They don't even know. Listen, I'm gonna call it like it is. I don't give a damn. You know, he gave us stimmies. He didn't give you anything. Do a little research. Just do a little damn research. It doesn't take much, but see, here's the thing. You don't want to really know that your girl's cheating on you if you think she's cheating on you, if you don't want to do no research. Yeah. People do this all the time. If you want to, listen, this is just the makeup of how people are in general. At the end of the day, either you believe it, just stick your chest out and ride with it and say, I'm more like that racist, bigot, prejudiced person than I am like the rest of them. Just say it.
But listen. Go ahead.
It is what it is.
Okay, well, I gotta move on. But at the end of the day, the guy stated he's done more for the black community than anyone since Abraham Lincoln, and the black community kind of took that one.
And that's where the buffoonery comes in. I'm just calling it like it is, because they can't show you they can't show you anything that he's done, Tim. If you ask somebody next time and say, show me what he's done for the black community, they're going to say STEMI, they're going to say some nonsensical, uneducated, misinformed shit like that. Nothing of substance whatsoever.
And that's a tall order to fill to suggest, because Lyndon B. Johnson is in there and FDR and all this. So for him to say he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, that's a tall order to fill. But I got to move on, Michael. Strong stuff.
All right.
Come on back anytime. Thank you, as always. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, folks, thank you that are tapping the screen. See if we can get the likes on up to about 25,000, THOU. 25,000, we can certainly do that. Real, a lot of lazy thumbs in it. We're kind of moseying on with the program. We should be around about 40,000, but you guys are, I don't know. I've been gone for a week or so under the weather, so you guys are a little bit late. Maybe the program sucks. Maybe that's what it is once again. But what we're talking about is the fact that Trump is in the news for two. I don't want to sound like the Count from Sesame Street, but two different controversial quotes. One being this one.
To rape, pillage, thieve, plunder, and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to...
Real quick in the comments, before I continue on with this, MCon says comments are better than likes, are they not? Actually, the likes are, I believe, how the algorithm works, and it's what brings more people to the program. My FYP is Maga, so we'll bring more Maga to the forum. So I think that's based on the likes, if I'm correct. But I appreciate the comments because I do try to address those as well. But that's why I keep always asking to tap the screen, get the likes up. Same thing on YouTube. Get us up to about 60. For you folks on YouTube, top three dots, upper right-hand corner of your screen gives you access to the like button. Smash that like button on YouTube. By the way, if you guys do enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you for having a different opinion, you're in the right place. Feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. So feel free to follow the program, subscribe if you will. Going back to the actual...
They're going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. You know, we don't want you to do anything.
This is about Kamala Harris.
They come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, if a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office.
Now, here's what I don't get. And a lot of folks on the right are agreeing with Trump that Kamala Harris is mentally impaired. Here's what I don't understand. Even if Kamala Harris made an awful decision, even if she left our damn borders wide open, whatever negative attribute you want to give her, you realize politicians make bad decisions all damn day? I mean, George W. Bush, the Iraq War, some would say, including Trump. Trump once stated the Iraq War was the dumbest decision in U.S. history. I mean, every politician probably has a bad decision or two in their legacy. How do you become mentally impaired because you did something that might not have been in the best interest of the United States or might not have been a smart decision? How do you get a mental impairment label? And by the way, he suggested that she's been mentally impaired since birth. So she was born mentally impaired. Wow. All right, look at in the comments real quick. Cedric stated, those black men are jealous of black women and not doing as good. They want the white man's status. So you're suggesting that black men, unlike black women, are voting for Trump because they are jealous of black women not doing as good as their counterpart, and they want the status of a white man. Now that's uneducated, because you're not going to get that. Now that would be a good designation of an uneducated voter. If you believe that shit's going to happen, yeah, you are uneducated. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on the program with S Tribe, one of my subscribers. Good afternoon, S Tribe. Seeking the status of white men out of jealousy for black women. Tribe. Good afternoon.
How we doing, brother?
I don't even know what to read that one. Is that what it is? Brothers are jealous of black women, so they want to be.
Not at all, man. Not at all, because that's someone who believes that the division favors one or another as opposed to unity. So as a culture, as a people, we should support our women just as our women should support our men.
Then, but that comment does leave the question to be asked. I mean, there, in regards to blacks supporting Trump, it is overwhelmingly men. Trump is probably going to do well under 10% of the black female vote, but he might do as close to 25% of the black male vote. Why are men supporting him like that?
They haven't done the research. They haven't gone back and looked at comments like the BLM are people who are T groups and that they should be treated as such. When all the activists for the BLM only wanted was for men to not be killed at such a higher clip.
Yeah, but if you're a man, yeah,
so
but
they haven't done their research.
Yeah, but if you are a male and you are a supporter of BLM, as you say, not wanting black males to be killed, Trump doesn't like BLM. He thinks it's a terrorist outfit. So why would a black male favoring BLM vote for Trump?
They haven't done their research. They're looking at the small things like stimulus checks. They're looking at the social media that influences them instead of doing their leg work. Because, you know, I look at a lot of rooms. I don't speak to a lot of them because they block, they censor you. They don't allow differences of opinion, and you do. I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
So they're followers. If you're a type B personality, you follow what society or the status quo is doing as opposed to being a type A personality and a free thinker. So a lot of those young men that are on that train, they're followers. They haven't done the research. They're afraid to speak against their friends. So, you know, 5 guys in a group, the 2 stronger guys go, hey, let's jump off this building.
Oh, shit.
There's a mattress down there. Okay. The mattress will save us, you know?
Damn.
For lack of a better term, and you get what I'm saying.
So is it safe to say that you believe the majority of black males that are MAGA are more followers as opposed to alpha males who think for themselves?
I think a lot of the younger men are, yes.
Wow.
You know, we had different home training. We had better role models. We had stronger personalities. I'm around your age. We had stronger personalities to teach us the do's and don'ts, as well as strong women who backed my grandfather, my grandmother, my dad. You know, my dad was military, 6'4". My mom was 5'2", a nurse, and she supported me. You know, on a day they didn't feel like going to work, she'd put her knee in his back and say, get out that bed, let's go.
Yeah.
If he was wrong, she would have an objective conversation with him at home, not out in public.
Yeah, but what about some of the actual things Trump is running on, such as securing the border? A lot of black males that, because I'm from Chicago. I'm in Chicago talking to my cousins and my family, and they were complaining that immigrants were getting resources and things like that, occupying the beaches and places like that they used to hang out, and they're male, they're black, and they believe the immigrants are causing problems in Chicago. So what about the fact that Trump is promising to get some of that stuff under control, and many believe that if you elect Kamala Harris, that's going to just continue?
Okay, I used to live in a border state,
Mm-hmm.
and the flow of immigrants has always been high. It's just highlighted now. I don't see a lot of immigrants taking jobs from people who do things like I do.
No, you don't see no change in flow of immigrants. You don't see no change in terms of immigrants coming in this country under the Biden-Harris team as opposed to Trump. It's about the same to you?
I think there's an increase.
Okay.
But I don't think that we're going to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it. That rhetoric sounded great, but the ideology of it was asinine because he couldn't force Mexico to pay for that wall. And when you get into the dynamic of how they're coming in, there were more tunnels. My family has some ranch land in Arizona. They raise horses.
Yeah, but I hear your point. But under Trump, you're having immigrants actually get caught committing crimes. Like one of the things my cousin brought up is that he knew an immigrant, Venezuelan immigrant in Chicago, committed, drug offense or whatever it is. They gave the dude an ankle monitor, and now he's walking back around in society, and he don't even believe the dude is still in Chicago. Though left and went to be with family somewhere else, never to answer that court date again. Under the Trump administration, we know if somebody commits a felony like that, he's going to put you up for deportation. Basically, the minute you get arrested for committing a felony like that as a immigrant, you're not going to be free in the United States anymore. They're going to warehouse you until you're deported. Most folks feel that way under Trump, as opposed to the liberals that seem to be giving violent immigrants a second chance. You don't see that at all?
I think that if you commit a crime, you should be incarcerated.
What about deported? What about deported?
Yeah, they definitely should. But I think the system needs to be overhauled because there's a great drain on resources for warehousing these people and taking care of them and then shipping them off, only for them to get back to their country and be released because they didn't commit a crime and they come right back.
But that's the whole selling point of Trump. You're saying you think the system needs to be overhauled. Trump is promising to do that. Kamala Harris is not. She's not promising to take a serious approach to secure the border. At least I haven't heard it.
Well, she hasn't. But when Trump was in office, he spoke on that, but he didn't do anything to stop the flow of immigrants coming in. He didn't come up with better policies.
No, I think he tried in terms of I'm not a fan of some of the things he did, like a complete ban on Muslims coming to the country, but he was trying to do that. Of course, he was trying to build a wall and facing resistance. He was making an effort. We may not agree with what he was trying to do, but he clearly was trying to do things.
He did try some stuff, but it was really outside the box.
Yeah.
I worked with a lady who was American. She's been married to her husband who was from India.
Okay.
For 20 years. He went to go visit his family, and under the Trump administration, he couldn't come back.
Wow.
The man was a doctor.
Well, I didn't say Trump was sympathetic to immigrants. He wants to secure. In my opinion, if it was up to Trump, it would be almost impossible to come here, even legally. I think in my opinion, most of the people that are here would be put out, and it would be very difficult to get in here. That's just based on what my analysis of what he said. So yeah, you're talking about people separating families, and the guy was a doctor, and he got separated from his family. I kind of think that's what the aim would be if Trump was in office, is just get these people out of here. I don't care what their profession, goal, intentions are. We got enough of our own people here. We don't need anybody else. I just think he would pretty much close the border as much as he legally could.
Do you think he would close the northern border as well? Because he focuses on the southern border, but never says anything about the northern border.
Well, make no mistake about it. The guy allegedly used the term like shithole country. So I'm not going to mince words. He is not as much of a fan of immigrants of color as he is of white. Because white immigrants, listen, when he says shithole countries, most immigrants coming here from shithole countries are people of color. The white countries, like throughout Western Europe and things like that, they're not shithole countries. Even Eastern European countries that may be a little bit poorer they pale in comparison to countries south of the border or in Africa. So yeah, in my opinion, his biggest issue is with immigrants of color. I don't deny that. Now we could say it's racist, or we could say it's based on their level of poverty. But yeah, when he says shithole countries, he's talking about immigrants of color.
And he is. So let me say this. So if he can push all the immigrants out that he deems to be unworthy of being U.S. citizens,
it would mostly be immigrants of color.
And we become a self-contained entity, we fail. Already, wow. The BRICS coalition is pushing to not use the American dollar at all based on.
I'm under the impression that the BRICS, that whole thing, I'm under the impression that that's failing in itself. That a lot of folks in the UK and things like, they're not happy with that system. I'm hearing that they're not doing very well with that.
Well, in the UK, they're, they support, U.S. policies and things because it's in their best interest.
Yeah, but BRICS is kind of the nationalist approach. And I mean, they're ahead of us on it because you obviously you're hearing Trump and Maga say that we're nationalists and all of that, but apparently it's not working very well for the UK. I mean, there's a lot of pushback against that, wishing that they hadn't done it.
And yet there's still countries joining it. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they're working the bugs out of it, but the Middle Eastern countries are really embracing it. And these are very wealthy countries. These are countries that the U.S. rely on for resources, and we don't have to. We don't have to rely on them for oil and stuff. Fracking. We're sending natural gas overseas when the prices here are way higher than they should be.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to change. I mean, but Trump is promising to get the price of fuel and things like that back down to where they were under his administration. I don't know if he can turn back time, to quote share as much as he's saying, but we'll see. I do got to move it on, but I don't know. We'll see about that one.
Let me follow you, brother. I appreciate your time and some intelligent conversation. And I applaud you for allowing people to come in and speak and have some conversations back and forth without being ridiculed or blocked or whatever. I see some of the younger people do or some of the idealists do.
Yeah, but we don't talk down the guests. Yeah, come on back through anytime, man. We don't do that. Nobody has all the answers. That's why we believe in an open forum. Do appreciate you coming in, though.
Oh yeah, I've watched you in your truck talk, man. I appreciate you.
Anytime.
That's all.
Thank you. Anytime. And real quick, as I got corrected over and over again in the comment section, the UK is not a part of BRICS. That is correct. When he said BRICS, they separated from the euro. That's kind of what I thought about. I'm thinking about the wrong thing, but you're right. BRICS, the UK is not part of BRICS. That is true. Brexit. That's what I'm thinking of when they separated, and the UK is not happy with that. That's what I was thinking about. I confused it with BRICS, so my apology on that. Anyway, going back to the box, I don't know where you at, but I paid $2.35 a gallon for gas, and I will say that too, that I understand Trump is promising to give us a much better economy than we have under the Biden-Harris administration, but many would suggest, including me, by the way, including yours truly, the economy is not as bad as the right needs it to be. When you listen to the right, when you listen to Trump and Trump supporters describe the economy under Biden and Harris, it's kind of discussing maybe where it was 2021, early 2022. It's not that bad anymore. Inflation has went down. The price at the pump, I believe gas is averaging less than $3 a gallon throughout most of America, with the exception of maybe California. And the right is making it sound like the prices are still way up where they were. Remember when eggs were like $5 a dozen or more? The right kind of needs the economy to stay that way. And that's not what's happening right now. People are able to purchase plane fare and flights and go places. I mean, the Super Bowl is coming up in a few months. People will be going out buying big screen TVs and watching it. I mean, you watch WNBA games, the Major League Baseball playoffs are coming up soon. Those seats ain't going to be empty, and they're not going to be cheap. The economy is not as bad as some need it to be, in my opinion. And I do believe that if Trump wins in November, within a month, you'll be saying the economy is doing well, because it's actually not doing that bad right now. within a month or two, he'll be bragging about how well the economy is doing and how it's on the rebound without anything really changing, because it's really not that bad. I mean, I'm just going to say that. Eggs, $4.25 a dozen at Aldi's in Hampton, Georgia today. Does that have anything to do with the weather system that went through Georgia? $4.25 a dozen of eggs in Georgia right now? I'm not paying that right now. Everybody's going into debt, brother says, hey. You telling me people were not going into debt under Trump? I don't recall hearing Trump bragging about how U.S. savings accounts were skyrocketing and the amount of American debt was dropping. I'm going to assume that even under Trump, people were going into debt. I mean, America is a capitalist country. People like to live high off the hog, even if they don't have it. That was happening under Trump. I can guarantee you that, because salaries were not increasing under Trump. Trump had some of the lowest unemployment numbers in recent history. He was bragging, only 3.5% unemployment. Jobs are plentiful. But he wasn't bragging that the salaries were that high. So the idea that people were not going into debt under Trump and they are under Biden is patently false. Looking in the comments, North Carolina eggs, the same price, $4.25 for a dozen of eggs. North Carolina really getting hit hard right now. Can you even find a grocery store that's open in Western North Carolina, getting near Asheville? Where have you been the last 4 years? Tell the seniors it's not too bad. Ha ha ha. Arthur Newell, I don't remember the seniors bragging about how great it was when Trump was in office. The seniors been complaining, whether it's poor health care, whether it's seniors that are veterans, they've been complaining the whole time. They didn't start complaining under Biden after celebrating under Trump. They were complaining then. They are $4 in Oklahoma. Okay. Silent, what does that say, Silent? Do you want to get involved with this? What family members do? All right, going back to the box. And before I do, real quick, thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Almost 50,000. It's hard. I'm trying to get you folks to tap the screen. Seniors always complaining, LOL. Yeah, if Trump gets back in office, I guarantee seniors are going to be complaining about something. I don't care if it's the LGBT community, it's the immigrants, whatever. I mean, they're going to complain about something. Seniors always, that's what old people do. Get off my lawn. That's kind of what happens. I'm getting there my damn self. I'm getting to the point. You're coming down the street, the music's too loud. Twain, good evening, or better yet, good afternoon, Twain. Welcome to the program. We will survive without Trump, says Drusilla. I sure hope so. I hope that Trump is not the only thing required to keep America from going under. Wow, that would be rough. Twain, good afternoon.
What's up, Tim?
I'm hearing that we might survive without Trump. Do you think it's possible, or do you think we're doomed if Kamala Harris wins?
I think if she doesn't win, I got major trepidations about the future. I really do, Tim. But I got one question I really like to ask.
Sure.
When Nixon was had his legal trouble, and Congress went to the White House and told him he had a choice. He could resign because he was going to be impeached. Now, do you think that same Congress would have did that today if there had been Trump?
No, because Congress of today, at least on the right, as opposed to Nixon, Congress was obviously acting independent of Nixon, and they were, speaking on behalf of what they thought was morally right.
They were going by the law.
Yeah. That's the point I'm making, is that Congress now in 2024, at least on the right, derives their power from Trump. So if they start, every Congress member so far that either voted for Trump to be impeached over January 6th or has spoken out, most of them have had to resign, up to and including even very well-respected Congress people like Liz Cheney. So no, they wouldn't do it now because their careers would be over with.
Well, see, and one other thing. When Trump's talking about what he wants the police to do, he said the same thing during his administration. Do you remember him being at some kind of police convention?
and the policeman was standing in the back, and he told the policeman, when you're putting the people in the car, don't be so nice.
Yes.
Don't put your hands over their head.
Yes.
That once again raises, it causes problems when he comes about giving police immunity.
Yeah, I don't know. It does sound to some degree like Trump wants to have a pseudo police state or something like that in America, where the police have significantly more powers than they do now, and much less accountability. Because he said it from a number of different angles.
But I think he thinks the police are for the masses, for you and me. That's why he want to do away with FBI, because I really don't think there's going to be a beat cop that's going to go up to the White House and drop off a subpoena to Trump if he does something wrong. It's going to be the FBI or, some of the other federal agencies. The cops are for is to keep you and I in check.
Yeah, and it does sound, at least in my analysis, because there are so many quotes now of Trump talking to police or defending police from an angle of lack of accountability, that it does seem like he wants the police to be kind of like a super force. I don't want to say Gestapo, but something in that realm.
So and it bothers me because once again there's that separation thing. Those that have and those that don't have. And as an American, I like to think, I know I'm probably looking at pie in the sky here, but I like to think there is even level for both sides of the street, for those who have and those who have not. And the final thing I would like to say, Jim, because I don't like to hold you on.
Go ahead.
But the final thing, when Biden took over and inflation started rising, what causes the inflation? Low supplies, higher rates.
It could be fuel rates. It could be a host of different things.
A host of different things. But these things were in place, a lot of them, when Trump was getting ready to get out of office. I wonder, did anybody in the administration tell him, sir, we're going to have a problem with inflation because of all the money that has been given away, because of again, the supply chain that was going to be there, because we had that problem during the COVID.
Yeah. I'm sure he was told that, but he probably felt like it was a bridge he would deal with when he got to it, and he probably felt like he could handle it. But I'm sure, like he's talking about drilling and tariffs, he probably had his own idea in his head of what he could do to counteract that. Because like right now, he believes that this 200% tariff on John Deere, he has methods that he believes will work. Now, economists, some of them are saying he's crazy, but he does have methods that he believes will curb that.
Well, would you mind sharing? There would be. What methods does he have that he thinks is going to curb that?
Well, I just told you one of them being the tariffs, imposing.
Well, if it's tariffs, Jim, if it's tariffs, who's going to pay the extra money when we charge China 20%?
I never thought
and China charges us 20% more as a consumer. So where are we going to get? Where are you and I, as a consumer, going to get that extra 20%?
Well, I didn't say they would work. I'm just simply saying he has methods that he believes will work.
I
didn't say it would work. I'm just saying he has ways of lowering inflation. Drill, baby, drill, things like that. He believes that stuff will work. Now, we won't know until he's elected and he tries it, but he does have methods.
But if we get the tariffs, so it's going to be just like the last time. Farmers going to be hit. Then we're going to have to subsidize the farmers because we got to keep the farmers going because they feed us. So if we hit China 20%, They're going to hit the grain farmers.
Well, but you're saying is it going to be like last time, and you're talking about how the farmers were suffering. I'll tell you one thing: the farmers are overwhelmingly supporting Trump over Harris. He got the farmer support. You talking about rural America? Trump is, he's doing well with that.
But if somebody's got to pay that money to those farmers when they subsidize them, where's that money coming from? From the taxpayers. Well,
that's something he'll have to explain. But yeah, I'm just simply saying he has methods. The methods may not work, but he has methods. I got to move it on. And by the way, Kamala Harris, that's the criticism of Kamala Harris. She ain't explaining her methods at all. Nobody knows. Got to move it on. Twain, thank you.
Okay.
Good talk.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, appreciate it. Now, looking in the comments, somebody says he has zero. Well, he does have methods. Trump is explaining himself. That's why he's getting so much criticism, because people believe his explanations won't work. Kamala Harris ain't explaining herself at all. So take it as you may. This is what my last caller was suggesting. I've played this before. It's a 40-second clip. But once again, it does lend into the claim that Trump seems to want a police force in America that is far more powerful than it is now. And my personal fright, I'll explain to you at the end why I'm personally a bit frightful of this stuff. Tap the screen, 60,000. Can we make that happen? Tap the screen, get the likes up, 60.
It's essential that Congress fund another 10,000 ICE officers, and we're asking for that, so that we can eliminate MS-13 and root out the criminal cartels from our country. Now, we're getting them out anyway, but we'd like to get them out a lot faster. And when you see these towns, and when you see these thugs being thrown into the back of a paddy wagon, you just see them thrown in, rough. I said, please don't be too nice. Like when you guys put somebody in the car and you're protecting their head, the way you put their hand over. Like, don't hit their head, and they've just killed somebody, don't hit their head. I said, you can take the hand away, okay?
Now, that's Trump suggesting that police make, for the most part, a violent arrest once they're in custody. You're putting them in the car to literally bang their head against the wall. Oddly enough, that's 7 years ago. That video I just played, that's from 7 years ago. That sounds a hell of a lot like this.
One really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge. Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, he's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them, let them rob your store. All these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent, then the city doesn't have, it's a chain of events. It's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out, and it will end immediately.
Now, there he is saying that if you give the cops one rough hour, a lot of this crime will end. Now, he just said that yesterday. That was yesterday. So I got to say, it's pretty clear that Trump wants a violent police force in America. And I haven't even played the clip of him talking about bringing back stop and frisk and giving police immunity from prosecution, which, if you're doing some of the things he's saying, some of this stuff is clearly violating civil rights and constitutional rights of the suspects. You would need to give them immunity because the cops themselves would end up going to jail for some of this stuff. So it's pretty clear, based on his own quotes over an extended period of time, that Trump wants a violent police force. I'd like to hear from you folks on that. Now, looking in the comments, sounds like some Willie Lynch type action. Yeah, it sounds scary to me. Because I'm not going to pull any punches. He's talking about doing this stuff in black communities. You talk about, well, first of all, when he said give police immunity from prosecution, he flat out said liberal cities. So that's where the black people are. So he came out and said it on that one. But then he's talking about, these mob robberies and things like that, which are mostly committed by people of color. It is what it is. So he's trying to address crimes committed by people of color by giving police almost essentially like some Superman type powers. Council Change, good evening, welcome. or good afternoon, welcome to the program. He gave them a hell of a lot of money. Well, money is one thing. When you're giving people the power to hurt people, that's different. Counsel, good afternoon.
Hey there, handsome. How you doing?
Huh?
Long time watcher.
Good.
First time guest up.
Good to have you on. Good to have you on. So what do you think? Do you think what Trump is suggesting might be a good idea to lower crime?
No. He is getting to the point where just in general it seems like he's throwing more things at the wall. Just to see what will stay. And again, these notions that he's coming out with are only keen to a very fringe group of individuals who, when they hear it, it sounds good on the outspoken aspect of it, but when you really dig down into it, like you said, most of the stuff is going to be implemented within liberal cities, within Black and brown communities, and for a lot of people that I've spoken to, especially when you talk about white people, they don't think twice about it, whether or not it's going to affect them, because of course not. Of course it's not. It's literally only going to affect us, people like me who stay here in a place like Jacksonville, for instance.
Yeah.
Democratic city. You want to crack down on police enforcement? It's going to be on the east side of town. It's going to be on the south side of town. It's not going to be on the north and the west, because those are the white populated areas.
Then let me give you this pushback, because this is something I hear commonly when folks, like myself, suggest that it's kind of unnerving that Trump wants to give police immunity or bring back stop and frisk. RJ in the comments said, how about the Black community become law-abiding citizens? They wouldn't have nothing to worry about. If you just follow the law, you wouldn't have a reason to be scared. How do you respond to that?
That's always an interesting topic, that for whatever reason, Black people are unlawful, or Black and brown people are unlawful, yet statistically it actually goes the other way. However, when we talk about what the reports are, yes, for whatever reason, they love to put us on the front page of every news ad, and then it takes an act of Congress just to get your local mass murderer on the front of a news ad, and it's only because it's a mass murder.
Yeah.
The local stuff that happens within our communities, in reality, does not need to be divulged to the entire world. However, it's so tantalizing to the communities and to the masses that what sells? Black people. What sells? People of color. Our heritage, our culture, everything about us sells. And so when you need ratings, put a Black person up there. When you want to tell some kind of facts, put a white person up there.
That's scary.
You clearly, it happens every day though.
But now,
but see a report of us.
Now I got a viewer with an interesting name, Read a Lot. Love the name. Read a Lot says statistics are actually really clear about aggravated assaults and homicides, folks. Because there is a lot of that in the Black community. There is a lot of violent felonies in the Black community. Do you believe that Blacks are not committing more violent felonies than anybody else, and it's just been exacerbated?
So I guess that more so, at least for me, depends on what are the circumstances surrounding the events that take place. When we talk about the number of events that happen, it's usually in impoverished communities, completely disenfranchised communities. It's not happening anywhere in which you have anything above middle class, if we're going to call whatever the new standard is for middle class. It doesn't happen in those types of situations. And the same goes for whether you're talking about Black impoverished or white impoverished. Now, drugs may be the opposite. You may get violent crime on the Black hand, and then you may get drugs and overdoses on the white hand. So either way, we all have our issues, but again, what sells? White issues, for whatever reason, do not sell. Drug overdoses don't sell. But get a couple Black people killing each other, we all across the news.
It's a good point. That is a good point. You do see more blacks committing crime because I get people on the program all the time talking about how bad Chicago is, and they live in rural Idaho somewhere. I'm like, you don't even have to worry about this shit. Like, why is this such a concern? Or even the border, like the border's out of like, dude, you're in Boise, Idaho. You're not dealing with immigrants.
There's zero correlation, and this is why I hate and this is the mentality. Because it's such ignorance for many of us that stay in actual dense community populations, that whether you want to call them sanctuary cities or whatever the case is, unless you're looking for it, you really do not notice any influx of migration. You don't. Yeah. You have to really go and look for it.
You know,
you the people that don't stay in those areas that are making fusses about it. They don't stay nowhere near it.
Yeah, you raise a good point, and because I've said that before too. If you're not in Chicago or New York or some of these liberal cities where Governor Abbott of Texas and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis flooded those areas with immigrants, there's a few places in America where California border states that are dealing with a lot of immigration problems. But most of America, yeah, you're not dealing with a bunch of this. It's just a large portion of America where they don't have immigrants all over the damn place. It's people sitting at home watching it, maybe on Fox News or something, and that's where they're getting their issue from. But in their actual neighborhood, it ain't happening.
No, and it's the same thing when it comes to jobs, and I will stand by this argument to the day I die. Every job that they sit there and say, oh, it's being stolen from us, is a job that 9 times out of 10, if the owner walked up and handed them an application, they would never sign their name on the paper.
Yeah.
Be it whatever that job was, whether it's cutting grass, throwing out trash, all of that, because they think it's beneath them. But then when you see a Mexican or you see somebody from another country doing it, all of a sudden there's the entitlement to, oh, that should have been my job. No, there is no entitlement. They went, put their name down on the paper. They're getting paid. They're the ones that, and again, you have the ignorance of, I don't know why people don't study civics. We all had it in high school. We all went through it. These quote-unquote illegals are not getting government assistance to the tune of Social Security and all this other crap, but they surely pay into it.
And they don't get their money back.
Complaint?
Yeah. And I will say in the comments, Stefano points out, he says, in Minneapolis, we are flooded with Somalis. 2 issues I'll tell you about that. First of all, they are here legally. You're not walking from Somalia to come here illegally. They are here legal. That's the first thing. Second thing I'll tell you this. I used to be an over-the-road driver, and I stopped in early 2020 because under the pandemic, there was simply not enough freight, so I got off the road. So I never was an over-the-road driver under the Biden administration. I was only driving under the Trump administration. And those Somalians were flooding Minneapolis under Trump, and they also were in Fargo, North Dakota, because a lot of us drivers, we stop off at Planet Fitness, take showers, and you can work out anywhere in the country. And I was like, yeah, why are all these Negroes in Fargo? And they lifted weights, like, where all these Negroes come from in Fargo? So I tried to speak to one of them, and he could barely understand me. I'm like, he one of them Negroes. So I'll tell you right off the bat, that was happening under Trump.
Now,
go ahead.
You do get your influx, and again, this just goes back to the fact that Trump, in a sense, has not even villainized. Villainized is giving him too much credit. He has made everything much more larger than life.
Yeah. Well, he's that kind of guy. Trump likes to exaggerate.
There you go. He over-exaggerates way too much. And so, over time, what we have seen is now, instead of looking at one person and saying, oh, that's one person, people are looking at one person and saying, oh, that's 10,000.
Yeah.
And it's happening continuously.
Yeah.
And so you see it when he talks about finances. You see it when he talks about real estate and business. You can go to the overtime thing where he literally admitted.
Well, when I heard you say he sees one and we're talking about 10,000, the first thing came to my mind is woof, woof, meow, meow. I got to move it on, though, because that's what.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You have a blessed one. Keep the program going. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the accolade. Anytime. Come through.
Yes, sir.
All right, look, and that's what, in my opinion, based on what I've seen so far, you guys can correct me, but I've been unsuccessful at getting any assistance on this. But I've been saying from day one, the whole thing about pets being eaten in Springfield is incredibly exaggerated. At best, there may be one or two people doing it, and I haven't even seen proof that one or two people are doing it. But if you listen to Trump, it sounds like that's a very common theme in Springfield is Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Based on, it's been almost a month. It's been almost a month since that's happened. That ain't true. I feel fairly confident in saying this. What he said about eating pets in spring, that is not true. Not to any frequency at all. Maybe one person got crazy and did some shit like that, or maybe two or three people. It ain't happening though. It would not be this difficult to find footage of that. If 20,000 people were doing that shit, if 5,000, if 500 were doing it, if 500 people were doing it, there would be... The example I give all the time before I go back to the boxing, thank you folks that are tapping the screen, 70? Can we get 70,000? Hate to be hosting an auction, but tap the screen, get the likes up. If you had even 500 Haitian migrants in town eating people's pets, first of all, you'd have a hell of a lot of pet owners talking about their missing animals. You'd see people there taking pictures of, missing cats on poles and posted in laundromats, people missing their... That, I haven't seen any of that. I haven't really seen anybody suggesting that their pet was taken and eaten. Not one person. But I will also say it like this. You watch National Geographic or, back in the day on the Discovery Channel or the Learning Channel, it was not hard, even during the 90s when they had 3 strike laws, where if you got caught slinging crack cocaine, you could get put in prison for the rest of your damn life. It was not hard for people like Geraldo and them folks to get crack dealers to take them into the crack house and show them how crack is made. Now, the person that's doing this on camera, if they are discovered, could spend the rest of their life in prison. Yet it was not hard at all during the 90s and even 2000s to find plenty of drug dealers in the hood that would take you into their lair and show you how they were processing drugs, how they were packaging up their kilos of cocaine and all of that. Plenty of footage out there of that. Plenty of folks, people sitting on the couch with a whole host of illegal firearms, knowing they could get the rest of their life in prison, being felons in possession. Tons of footage of that. You can't find one video of somebody, I don't care if they're wearing a ski mask or their faces blurred out, so you can see they got dark forearms and dark show. Not one video of somebody willing to show you how they process a cat or fillet a dog. Not one video. That don't make no fucking sense. I'm just going to tell you that. That makes no sense at all. If you could get all them folks from the drug game to show you how it's done, but you can't get one person. There's 20,000 migrants in town. You can't get one to show you that. To the point where you got to show a dude walking down the street with ducks and just assume he's going to eat them. You should have people on camera lifting up the pot in the kitchen and showing you a cat head floating around while they put meat tenderizers or some shit over. You should be able to get footage like that. Makes no sense that you can't get that when they got it in the drug game. When they do exposés to get my words right, prostitution, you got plenty of pimps that'll take you on the street and show you how they treat hoes and all of that. All of that stuff is crimes. All of that stuff is major felonies. And they have no problem getting people to put it on camera. Where's all the dogs and cats? Where's the footage? So I'm going to point it out like that. I've had people send me, by the way, somebody asked, where's my email? It's on the front of the profile. It's on the front of the profile, right under my face. I've had plenty of footage, but this is how they do it. Here's a picture in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Damn it, he said it's happening in Springfield, Ohio. Where is the footage of it taking place in Ohio? I don't want to hear about their culture and where they do it internationally. He said it's happening in Ohio. Show me a video in Ohio. You shouldn't have to go to another country. Until I see that, I'm going to continue stating that, in my opinion, it's a lie. And I see in the comments somebody says you want footage. Yeah, I want footage. Yeah, I want footage with evidence that is happening in Ohio. I don't want to see Cambodian children running in the background. I don't want to see dusty Saharan sand floating around. I want to see proof that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio, as former President Trump suggested. I haven't seen that. And by the way, showing somebody walking down the street with an animal in their hands doesn't mean they're going to eat it. I want to see it being processed like you would a chicken or steak. 2,000 people, 20,000 immigrants. Should be easy to produce dozens of videos of this. They should be coming from everywhere. Looking in the comments, Haitian citizens are going to get paid for the defamation lawsuit against Trump and Vance. Cool, calm, and collected. Because it's Trump, you know, Trump is the Teflon Don. So I do believe that if it goes up before a judge, yeah, Trump, they're going to lose that. They're not going to be able to prove that. I do believe they're going to lose that. But we'll see. We'll see. Because everybody keeps saying there's plenty of proof. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Trump isn't paying anything. No, I don't say he's going to end up paying anything. Because at the end of the day, if it gets appealed enough, he might get to the right judge that favors him. But the defamation case, until I see some actual footage, I think it's a legitimate case against them. I really do. They're on a gas stove, slinging the cat's hair off, getting ready to skin it. Why can't you just show the whole process? 20,000 people. You should be able to show the process from living cat to something on the plate with bites being taken out of it. You got 20,000 people. Why is it so damn hard to get some solid evidence and footage? Why is this so hard? Out of 20,000 people, you should be filling up my mailbox with videos. You can't, a cat, a dog, and a goose. Those are the three animals he named. I should easily get 5-10 videos of each one of those. 20,000 migrants. Should be real easy. Everybody who believes it should have seen at least 5 to 10 videos of that already. Easily. 20,000 migrants. I'm not even telling you even if only 1%, the numbers I gave you would be more than that. Should be real easy to have that. Why is it so hard to believe that people eat cats, dogs? It is happening all over the world. Crystal, it's hard because there's no footage. It is hard for me to believe anybody to the tune of 20,000 strong is doing something in one town and you can't produce a video of them doing it. It's hard to believe that. It's hard. If I told you there is a town out there with a bunch of migrants and they all driving around in Ferraris and it's 20,000 strong and I couldn't show you one migrant in a Ferrari, you wouldn't question that. There's 20,000 of them. That's why it's so hard to believe. You can't produce anything. Going back to the box. No, I'm not going to believe it as long as I keep hearing citizens saying this happened with no actual evidence. The one and only Takesha Bowie. Takesha, what am I missing? Am I getting this wrong?
Handsome.
Yeah.
If they ain't showing no grills and no fish fry, them migrants ain't eating no dog. You know, we'll grill and fish fry something in a minute, Handsome. Them folks ain't eating no cats and no damn dogs.
Yeah, it shouldn't be this hard to produce evidence. It really shouldn't.
The fact that they still talking about it is just amazing. Me, like I told you, I'm still waiting. Ain't the 2 weeks up? He was going to Springfield in 2 weeks.
You said what?
Ain't the 2 weeks up?
Oh, you talking about for Trump going? They asked him to stay away.
No, but you know he don't care nothing about what folks say.
That is true. That is true.
He said he going in 2 weeks. What did I tell you about 2 weeks when he said it? I said anytime he had 2 weeks to something, don't look for it to happen, Handsome.
You did. I do remember you saying that, but I
told you he wasn't going.
But I think even then he said
2 weeks insurance. 2 weeks. 2 weeks ain't came yet.
But I still think even then he said might. I don't think he said. Now, see, by the way, real quick, in the comments, folks, one guy got Jason Miller saying, do go read the police reports. Are there police reports where a cop actually said yes? It's because keep in mind, swatting, you can swat somebody. For folks who know what swatting is, you send a bunch of cops to somebody's house for something they didn't do. You can SWAT somebody and get a police report. Is there actual police that has sworn that they've seen it? Or is it just a police report?
Handsome, no. The only police report they probably saw was when that lady faked that she said her cat was missing and she found it in the basement. They ain't seen no real police reports of nobody. Do you know how much people love their animals, Handsome? Yeah. It'll be a major uproar if these people pets was becoming missing. People not using common sense because it's against somebody that they don't like. So anytime something sounds good that goes with your narrative, you run with it. You don't even try to get the real info because you don't want the real info. You go with what makes you feel warm and tingly on the inside. And that's what people are doing. They heard some about these people who are here legally that sounded like it was good, that sounded like it was something against them, and now all of a sudden they spreading it. They not trying to find real information. They going by everything they hear, and they not researching.
But how about this? In the comments, Chris says, "Is it so hard to believe that there are secrets that can be kept? 20,000 people all keeping this secret in unison."
Handsome.
Go ahead.
You barely can keep a secret when you're cheating. You mean to tell me these folks can keep a secret like that? Stop it, Chris.
20,000. If it was a family that was doing it.
Shirley Murdoch and Atlantic Star had to come out and make songs about cheating. So come on now.
That's a good song, by the way. Is that Secret Lovers?
Oh, I love, man, let me tell you something. I'm about to get Shirley Murdoch myself.
Oh, no, that's As We Lay. That's As We Lay you're talking about. That's my jam. I like both of those songs, Secret Lover and As We Lay.
Songs. They were secret lovers. You know, that's what we are. Yeah. Y'all didn't know me and Tim was, we gonna see how we just exposed ourselves. Secrets don't stay in like that. Come on now.
Yeah, I have a, like I said, if it was a family that was doing it and keeping it secret, that's 20,000 people. That ain't believable. That ain't believable. In one town. 20,000 people in one town, and they're all able to keep it secret. That ain't believable.
Tell somebody gonna tell it and get a video so they can get paid. So just cut it out now.
Yeah. Well, I see in the comments, Fred said they sold out of hot sauce. So
you know what?
That's funny though. That's funny.
It is funny. Y'all cut it out. Them folks ain't eat no dogs and no cats. Cut that out.
Yeah. It should be easier to produce. But what about this notion that Trump is claiming that Kamala Harris is mentally ill, born that way?
Let me tell you something about Donald Trump, and I said this on Zeus show earlier today. You can tell when a man did not have the love of his mother because he doesn't have respect for women. He wasn't loved by his mother. Trump is the type of person who looking for love in all the wrong places, and he not finding them in the right places. And I'm going to explain to you exactly what I'm talking about. His wife married him for money. His friends hung around him because of status and money. Nobody has really shown this man true love but Maga. He never stopped having rallies because that's where he gets his fill of love from the crowds that show him love. He's intimidated by women who are not just sitting in the kitchen and mopping and cooking. He does not respect women because he never had the love of the woman that he should have respected. That Trump needs therapy.
You bring fucking
love, Tim. He does not have real love. That's why he's sitting around and he can say that what he got in common with his daughter is sex. He is a troubled man. He was 10 sheets in the wind, drunk, and he needs to get some help, Tim. Y'all better get that baby some therapy and quit playing.
He's 78,
he's about to spaz out.
That man never had any love, and he hangs around Maga because that's the only group that's ever loved. Man, that hits. That hurts.
That's the only real love he's ever had, Tim. That's why he never stopped the rallies. Because that's what feeds his ego and gives him love. His wife don't love him. She don't even sleep in the same bedroom as him. She had an interview on Fox. She never would say she loved him. She never talked. When they asked her about her wedding day, Tim, she never said it was a beautiful day I enjoyed. She said it was a lot of work. You know how brides be busy. It was a good day. Who talks about
you don't think Melania Trump loves him?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Wow.
They don't even want to want to show no affection to.
They could have
They
been.
be further. Listen, they walk further apart than enemies on the street and have a gang fight. No, she doesn't love
They
him.
could have had
That
a.
man for his money.
They could have had a rough day that day. And I see your boy.
Tim,
Go ahead.
Tim, he is not loved. His mother didn't love him, and that's how men act who didn't have the love of their mother. That's why he's attacking Kamala, and that's why he treats women like they're beneath him, and that's why he do all he do, because he needs love.
Man, isn't that a song by LL Cool J? Real quick, Gen X, your boy Gen X states that you mean.
What you said, Tim?
He says, "You mean my mama didn't love me either?" It's so clear.
Hell no, she did. Listen, Gen X, when you came out, she said, "Oh hell no, he too damn ugly to take home. Keep him here." But they made her take you. So you know she did what she could. But everywhere she took you, she put a blanket over your face because she was ashamed. No, she didn't love you. No.
I don't know why Gen X.
Because she taught you to make your own sandwiches. She wouldn't even cook for you. That's why you hooked on sandwiches. No, she didn't, Gen X.
Oh my, I can't believe he came out for that. She taught you how to make your own sandwiches. Wow.
She didn't love you. You remember how they said you got the face only a mother could love? That's a lie. It broke the mold when he was born.
Okay.
Not even the mother could love him looking like that.
All right, Takesha. Every time I move on from you, they still be talking about you long after.
Gen X, I love you. Your mother didn't, but I do.
Ooh.
I love you with the love of the Lord, Gen X.
Oh my God. All right, Takesha.
All right, friend.
I gotta go. All right, let me move it on. Takesha is always wilder than a deck of all black Uno cards. Dang, she roasted that behind. Yeah, she's kind of skilled at that. After hearing Takesha, she kind of reminds me of Trump at the correspondence dinner. I just kind of want to run for president now. Twain and Square. Which is worse, Tim? Women's emotional decisions or men's ego? It's a great question. They could be on the same playing field. Now, I will just say this. In regards to women's emotional decisions, I don't know if women are known to get violent and go out and take somebody out because of their emotional decision. Now, I could be wrong. I'm sure some of you guys may say, yeah, they do. But men's ego certainly have gotten lots of people killed. So, I don't, is it possible that if Kamala Harris becomes president, Lorena Bobbitt says, freeze Peach. Yeah, that was emotional. But at least she was getting abused. I mean, if you take the court system at his word, Lorena Bobbitt was being violently mistreated by, I don't know what the guy's name, what his name is, but he was violently mistreating her. Dudes who got ego issues, it just might simply be you beat them on the basketball court, or it could come down to an argument they don't like. And go, I mean, it's different. Big difference between ego and emotion. I don't know if either one of them is a good thing to have in the White House, though. Would Kamala Harris start a war because she's emotional? I mean, look, at the end of the day, we didn't have any major conflicts under Trump, but I definitely believe Trump is capable of using the military if his ego got hit. I do believe that. It just didn't happen. But Kamala Harris, I don't know. Is Kamala Harris really an emotional woman? We don't know a lot about her. We haven't seen enough to really be able to speak on that. Kamala Harris doesn't get on stage and speak as much as Trump. So you don't know. I mean, in regards to Trump's ego, I don't think that's debatable, because you could be a high schooler in the middle of, in the middle of the country, some small town. If you criticize Trump and it goes viral, he will attack you back. I don't think Kamala Harris would do that. I don't think George W. Bush or Obama would have did that, but Trump will. So I don't know what Kamala's emotional stance is, but I think Trump's ego, everybody knows that, is pretty big. Let me go back to the comment section. Stop saying that there were plenty of conflicts under Trump, Tim. Compared to now, what major conflicts were breaking out under Trump? I mean, the Syria, he sent a bunch of tomahawks into Syria that he warned Russia well ahead of time, and that was, I mean, the Syrian-Russian thing was essentially nothing. What major conflicts were going on under Trump? I don't recall anything of any significance. That Syria thing was a joke. I mean, he pretty much wasted about, I mean, what are those tomahawks? 500 grand a pop, and he sent like 60 of them. So you're talking 30 million bucks worth of tomahawks. I think 6 people died. He essentially blew up a damn runway and gave them like 24 hours notice. That's it. I think he used the Moab, the mother of all bombs. I mean, but for the most part, compared to what's going on now, it was quiet under Trump militarily. That's my opinion. How did he take out ISIS without conflict? He didn't take out ISIS. Listen, Trump at the end of the day likes to exaggerate. ISIS is going to be just like Hamas, Hezbollah, all these. You're not going to take out a faction. It's like trying to say I'm going to take out the Crips and Bloods. I mean, anybody can become a member of these factions. You can't take that out. I mean, it's as fluid as water. You can't take that kind of stuff out. So you can, like I think Benjamin Netanyahu has calmed some of those groups down because he's destroyed the leadership. They will come back. All 3 of those H groups will come back. Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. They all will be back in some capacity or another. They're not gone. He has the upper hand. He's taking them out, but I mean, you got to keep in mind, every time you blow up a school full of innocent people, amongst their relatives and those folks grieving their unwanted deaths, you're creating more of them. Now those folks are sworn enemies to Israel. So you're creating more of them. So no, it ain't going away. It's just right now, Netanyahu has greatly weakened those organizations. But the anger will live on. Might be 10 years from now. Who knows? But it will spark up again. It's not over with. And as some folks say, it ain't over. Ain't nothing. Party's not over. Looking in the comments, Trump will need our help to straighten up the mess Kamala and Joe are making. What mess is Kamala and Joe making? I'm assuming you're talking probably border issues. I'd like to know, though. Looking back real quick in the comment section, I do want to miss a... but yeah, the emotional issue, I don't know. Does Kamala Harris come across as somebody who might be very emotional? You don't think a man who just got an entire family blown to bits doesn't have any... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The whole pager thing... Now, I understand the belief is that it was terrorists that you were using to pay. Oh, their kids are standing by. I mean, maybe if you're sitting there and your child's walking down the street with your hand in hand and the pager on your hip explodes, the kid may get that in the head because his head is near your hip. You're taking out innocent people. So maybe that brother of the young brother of his other guy got 2 kids. The younger kid who lost his brother, well, he's going to grow up to hate Israel. It's guaranteed it will be back. It ain't over with. He just right now, Benjamin Netanyahu has the upper hand, and he's really able to curtail them for a while. But like I said, 5-10 years from now, they're going to come back. I don't care if it's catching a bunch of vacationing Israelis overseas somewhere or something. I mean, there will be incidents. It will absolutely come back to this. That is not over with. Let me go back to the box. DJ Julio. Is that Maga Reacts? Did I see that? Maga Reacts. Timing is everything in war. That is so true, Big Trick. DJ Julio, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, but I don't know. Now, because I'm hearing things from Trump suggesting that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill. What say you? Born that way.
It's possible. I think we're all born a little mentally ill. I think she's got a little more of it, though.
Based on what? Give me some evidence.
The way that she flip-flops and doesn't see it as a problem, the way that she, just her general way of carrying herself, there's something wrong with it. Like, I mean, she might be codependent, maybe.
Okay, you said flip-flop. You know, Trump used to say he was a Democrat. He talked about the.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about.
No, but if you're going to suggest.
No comparison.
Okay, let's make it clear. If you're going to suggest that flip-flopping is an indicator of mental illness.
I'm talking about like major world and life-changing policies that she's flip-flopped on, not the party that she decided to run with. I mean, if you don't like the Democrat Party, look how many are leaving already.
Give me a major life-changing. You said she flipped on something that's major life-changing world issue. Give me an example.
Well, no fracking. That she wasn't going to be fracking. That she was. That
That?
the Second Amendment.
You think
I mean,
changing your stance on fracking is a major life-changing issue?
it absolutely is. The jobs that it would create to open it up and to drill, baby, drill. The impacts if it's not done correctly. That are to the nature and to the water sources and a lot of different things go behind it. And if she's that far against it, she has no right to say that she's for it because she knows nothing about it if she's already been against it.
What about the environmental claim that fracking has caused earthquakes in places like Oklahoma that never had them? Do you believe all that's just false? People claim that fracking destroys the environment.
Yeah, people claim that Kamala's a real contender in the presidency. I mean, we all say shit we don't mean. Listen. Just northwest of me, there's the Sanford mine. They're miles into the ground, 8,000 feet. That shit is going to cause an earthquake. A little bit of fracking. No, if it's done correctly, it's completely safe.
And how do you know that?
Because I have friends in the oil field, Tim. I'm like next door to freaking North Dakota, where all of this is going on, where all of this shit we're talking about goes on.
Julio, you said because I got friends in the oil industry. Do you really think your friends who are doing this to support their families are going to come out and admit, you know, what we're doing is really dangerous as hell and we're destroying the environment? You think they're going to admit that?
Yeah, they've admitted the dangerous shit that happens up there. Listen. I wouldn't air it out. That's why they would feel comfortable saying it to me. I'm not going to tell you the dangers that happen up there, the things that are bad about North Dakota, the things that are bad about the oil industry and the drilling and but 90% of that is due to immigration. They need to have a little firmer grasp on who they're hiring up there for sure.
Okay. So at the end of the day, though, so you do believe that Trump is likely correct in suggesting that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill?
I think we're absolutely nuts for debating personal. What would you call that? It is personal view on this woman. It is an opinion by her competitor. It's an opinion by a man that is not afraid to say what he feels in his head at the time that he speaks it.
So should we just ignore it?
What does it do? What good does it do talking about it? Because what if maybe we'll find out that she is mentally ill. Maybe we will find out that she's bipolar, and that's not who you want in the office. Anyway, I mean,
Julio, do you realize how many people?
What good does it do to have the conversation? Is what I'm asking.
Well, if it doesn't do any good to have a conversation, then why the hell would he get on stage and say it in front of thousands of people if it does no good? Why would he do it?
Because he's talking to his base. He's talking to his people, and he says what's on his mind. He might really think that she has a mental problem. Looking at her and listening to her talk, there might be something up there that's loose. I don't know. But she is no damn good, I can tell you that.
But
I don't see anything good about her.
Here's the problem, Julio.
Or sane, really.
Okay, hold on. Here's the problem that I often bring up. When Trump gets up there and talks about people eating cats and dogs, or I hate Taylor Swift, or now Kamala Harris has a mental illness from birth, a lot of folks on the right, well, what good does it mean to talk about this? Let's move on, or let's move on from January 6th. Why can't we get him to do that? We're only talking about it because he keeps talking about it.
I mean, because it's probably true. Now, I wanted to mention, you want video proof of somebody cooking. Have you ever heard of tiger meat? Do you know what tiger meat is?
I'm assuming the meat of a tiger?
No, tiger meat, at least in our area, South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, Wyoming, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming. Okay. Tiger meat is high-grade cured ground beef.
From what animal? From what animal?
From a cow.
Okay.
and they season it and they use lemon on it to kill the bacteria, and you eat it raw. Have you ever seen anybody eat it raw?
No. Well,
okay.
Oh, you mean an animal? I think there was some kind of love affair thing. That's different. No, I haven't seen this. I might have had some tiger meat if we talk about the right thing. Go ahead.
Not many people, and this is for the person who says who cares. I am with you 100%. You haven't seen anybody up in my part of the wood eat raw hamburger. You haven't seen anybody.
No, but let me respond. Hold on, I'll let you continue. Hold on, let me respond to that.
You haven't seen me prep it.
Hold on, hang on. You're right. I have not seen anybody do that. But if I ask folks to show me videos of people in your area doing that, I bet I'd get a ton of videos. It would be not hard to find that. I wouldn't get a bunch of folks saying, yeah, it happens. No, they would send me videos.
Tim, you would see videos of people carrying animals, carrying dogs. You're never going to see what these people are doing in their kitchens if they got them.
You're telling me I can't find, I couldn't get no, hold on. You're telling me I can't get one person in your area to show me how they process tiger meat and eat it. Nobody would show me that.
Okay, yes, you could. I would show you how.
Right.
The difference is in the United States, we have a law that prevents anybody from harming domesticated animals.
Meaning what?
That it's illegal.
And
I'm not going to show you me cooking something that's illegal. Never. Hell no.
Julio, that's bullshit. People will show you how they People will show you how they cut down marijuana trees and process crack cocaine. Why all of a sudden do they hide it when it comes to meat? They'll show you themselves. You got videos of people showing themselves shooting people, but they won't show you how they process a dog?
I mean, you could probably find a video, but I wouldn't imagine that these guys, if they're doing something that they're not supposed to, are really going to want to show you that.
That doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, all these other major felonies that can put you in prison for the rest of your life, that people have no problem showing folks doing it. But for some reason, when it comes to this one town, everybody is hiding what they're doing. That doesn't make sense.
Well, what doesn't make sense is, you're right. It doesn't make sense that this town is the center of a talking point that is anticlimactic, it is anti-productive, it has nothing good to do.
It's anti-accurate. It's anti-accurate.
It's only anti-accurate because you say it is.
20,000 people in one small town and you can't find one of them on video, Julio. You believe that?
I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm not saying it's not true because, listen,
a month? It's been a month.
Cat and dog. In a lot of countries, cats and dog is acceptable to eat.
Julio, it's been a month. Do you realize, I say this on the program all the time, do you realize how much money it would be worth for one Haitian to let somebody film them doing it? Because MAGA, even people like myself, but MAGA is overwhelmingly out there trying to prove that what Trump said is true. You'd have OAN Newsmax, any reporter from one of those right-wing outlets, they would easily pay $5,000 or $10,000 to a Haitian that lets them film that. I'd blow your face out. I personally, who don't have a lot of money, I would fly out to Ohio and come up with at least $2,000 my damn self if somebody would let me film that. That video will be worth millions of views. The fact that they can't get it shows you it ain't happening. 20,000 people. You just need one. You can't come up with one.
What will that do for you?
First of all, it would prove what Trump is saying is true, which right now there is no proof of that.
And what proving him true, what does that do for you?
Maybe it makes him more credible when he's getting up there giving those speeches.
Okay, so him being more credible about what people are doing in the privacy of their homes, eating cats and dogs, what does that do for you?
Well, you're not in the privacy of your own home eating cats and dogs if the pet belongs to somebody else, as he's saying. He's saying that you're taking somebody else's pet.
You're cooking it in the privacy of your own place where you cook your food.
It's a crime, Julio.
What does knowing that and him being validated by it, what does any of that have to do with what he wants to do for the country?
Well, first of all, how am I supposed to believe what he wants to do for the country if some of the stuff he's talking about is completely made up?
Well, some of the stuff that is pretty critical of the illegal immigration that we have that comes into our country. So I would imagine that if he's being real critical about the people that are coming into our country, I would imagine if he says he's going to shut down that border, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Then why not just do that? Why not just say, why you got to make up cats and dogs?
But he doesn't have that right to do it yet.
But,
he's building his support for the wall.
Okay, you don't have the right to do it yet. Why not just stick to the policy that you propose you're going to defend the border? Why make up stories about cats and dogs? And by the way, J.D. Vance came out and admitted it. J.D. Vance came out and admitted it's made up. Huh?
Why are you doing all of these mental gymnastics? Because that's what freaking open dialogue is about, buddy. I'm talking to one of the people in the thing. That's why I'm doing all this mental gymnastics. Mental gymnastics, it's not mental. It's just, what are we really talking about? Like, let's talk about something that's proactive to the conversation of why you're going to vote for Trump now instead of Kamala.
But let's go with that. Let's talk about things that America really cares about. Why would make you vote for Trump or Kamala Harris? Why don't the supporters, when he's saying all this irrelevant shit like that, why don't they say that? Why don't you talk about your policies, sir? Why make up stories about cats and dogs? Why not talk about how you're gonna secure the border, sir? Why don't he do that?
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. If I was anywhere close to the campaign, I would be saying those words for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that both sides of this, Democrats and Trump. There's a lot of things that aren't said correctly. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of political warfare that is it's absolutely stupid. And I am crazy. I'm crazy as a motherfucker.
Well, I will tell you this. I think that even though a lot of Trump supporters don't want to admit what he did was a lie, you can tell because they want to change the dialogue from it. They know he's been caught dead to right lying in regards to eating cats and dogs or Kamala Harris being born mentally ill or I hate Taylor Swift. They know that stuff hurts him. That's why they're often saying, let's go back and talk about policies. They're admitting that Trump is bringing up stuff that even us Trump supporters would rather not discuss because this stuff isn't helping anybody. They know that. That's why they keep trying to change the subject like you're doing. Let's talk about how he can secure the border and be better for presidency than Kamala Harris as opposed to talking about this stuff.
Listen, we can beat up the cats and dogs conversation. If that's really where you want to spend your life, that's absolutely what we can do.
We're not beating it up. We're not beating it up if he keeps bringing it up. If it would be one thing, if he brought up the cats and dogs conversation a month ago and he said nothing else about it and we kept hammering it, that's beating it up. But one thing he is still saying that's happening, like January 6th.
I was talking about you. I was talking about me and you.
Well,
and you in this live, beating up the conversation about that, or we could move on to some other things that are really crazy, like why is Kamala on the Diddy list? Why fuck what people are saying, fuck their opinions. It's just their political.
What do you mean, Kamala? And real quick before we talk about Kamala and the Diddy list, I can't believe you said it, but Crystal Lopez says 2018 Trump law making it illegal to eat cats and dogs. Why the law if it wasn't happening? The activist said they were getting it from shelters and pets. So apparently Crystal Lopez on YouTube has said that in 2018, Trump made it against the law to eat cats. Well, it was already against the law to kill him. Why did you do what the hell? Have you heard that?
I didn't hear that the law was against eating cats and dogs, and maybe in there's something about the law. But yes, that's what I was talking about. The PACT Act. It's not the PACT Act that Biden did. It's similar acronym. But it was strictly for animal abuse, and it was making it a felony, I believe.
Difference between animal abuse and consumer. Let me just say this. Now, animal abuse.
No, there is not. Eating a goddamn cat is animal abuse.
No. You're right, but hear me out. Animal abuse, in my opinion, if you abuse an animal, you should be incarcerated. If you're eating animals, you should be in a mental illness facility. That's different. Somebody who's eating cats and dogs is fucking crazy. That's not. It's the difference between abusing. That ain't abusing at that point. That's mental illness. And they don't belong in prison. Prison ain't the place for them.
A lot of these fucking things that we're putting people in prison for, they need to be in a mental institution.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. And listen, I don't like that Trump does those things. You know, for those that think I'm all up Trump's ass, you know, I might be a little bit. You know, it might be. But what I am not is I'm not going to say that I agree with those things. I'm going to have the conversation. I'm going to defend the man.
Don't defend them on crazies, because then it hurts your own. If you defend Trump, defend him on his protection of the border or the economy. When you defend some of this shit that he's saying, it hurts your own credibility, because now you fall in the same category. When he goes off the deep end, don't go with him. Stick to what he is known for that people like. Don't follow him into talking about he hates a pop star and all of that stuff.
Yeah, you know, in my biggest defense, when I say I defend him on those things, is it doesn't really matter, because it's opinion when it comes to the mental wellness of Kamala, or whether or not he likes Taylor Swift or what football team he likes. Shit's all a matter of opinion, and it doesn't really have any bearing on anything. And who cares if he hates Taylor Swift, honestly?
Okay, but wait, Julio, do you realize collectively all of this stuff that Trump is saying actually starting to make him look mentally ill? I mean, you really are going off on a pop star that's like 40 years younger than you because she endorsed the other cat. You realize that makes him look mentally ill?
Well, that's just an unfair thing to make someone mentally ill because they don't like him. That's stupid.
Unfair. If you're running for office and if a citizen endorses your opponent, okay, you know, I hate you. Because that's all. She didn't try to, undermine his campaign. She didn't call him a rich. She said, I hate. She just simply said, I'm endorsing Kamala Harris. That led to him saying, I hate you. You don't see any issue with that. No mental illness in that at all. I hate you.
He said, I hate you?
Yes. Those 4 words. I hate Taylor Swift.
Okay, so there you go. He hates Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is an album name. Taylor Swift is music. Why does this even matter when we're talking politics? It doesn't. He doesn't like her, so fucking what? That's what I'm gonna say. Because I'm just like Gen X. I am a Generation X. I still live on those fuck around and find out. I still live. You don't talk no shit, won't be no shit.
Okay. I just want to make it clear to you, when folks wonder why the hell would somebody vote for Kamala Harris as opposed to Trump, who has policies on the border and the economy, it's this shit. When you start defending this wild stuff like that, I think it would be just safe to say, listen, at the end of the day, I want a good economy. I want the border secure, and for that reason, I'm going for Trump over Kamala. When you start defending this, I hate Taylor Swift, and she's born mentally ill, that is what make people have an adverse view to Maga. You don't have to defend everything the man says because you want the guy to get elected. Don't follow him down these rabbit holes like this. When you do that, your credibility goes the same place as his. Like his policies.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think where you start to lose credibility is let's take the news for example. A lot of people don't trust the news, and it's not because of 2016 to current. There's a lot of mistrust in the media way before that because they focus on stupid shit. Things that do not matter. Opinions of people that do not fucking matter. There's nothing about Donald Trump hating Taylor Swift or saying I hate Taylor Swift that should affect you in the voter booth. And if it does, you got to check your own source. You got to check your own source.
Julio, he is vying for the nation's, if not the world's, top position. The idea that some of the things he is saying, it doesn't matter and we should ignore. He is running to be president of the United States. Everything you say matters at that point. I don't care if you say I like polka dot dresses. It matters when you're running for the nation's commander in chief. You really think that people should just ignore parts of his speeches?
I don't play Taylor Swift songs, and no, I don't think he needs to freaking.
I saw that.
Speeches. He doesn't need to edit anything on his speeches. Listen, the point that I'm trying to make is this: when you push and push out this freaking I hate Taylor Swift, I promise you right now, I jump off my live, I'm gonna get the most views I've ever gotten. Or jump off this live, I'll open my live. I'm gonna jump on there and I'm gonna say, "Oh my God, Trump hates Taylor Swift, and I guarantee you I'm going to get more clicks than I've gotten ever.
Yeah.
And it's because I'm talking about something that means absolutely fucking nothing.
I'll move it on, but Julio, I just tell you this. I can tell you this with confidence. If Taylor Swift had been the one to initiate the conversation and she tweeted out, "I hate Donald Trump," I guarantee you MAGA wouldn't be saying it's irrelevant. All of a sudden Trump says it. Well, it don't matter because you know it's hurting his candidacy. I got to move it on though, man. As always.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Just keep one last thing in mind though.
Go.
Taylor's in this. Someone said this. I didn't come up with this. Someone said this in your chat. Taylor Swift isn't a private citizen. Taylor Swift is a public figure and a celebrity.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And by the way, even though Taylor Swift is a well-known celebrity, all she did was endorse the other candidate. That's it. Okay, I never was a fan of her music. I mean, I hate her. Okay, she's a well-known all she did was endorse the opposition. That's it. I hate her. All right. Looking in the comments, Hollywood should keep their opinions to themselves, says Mimi. When have they ever done that? Why does Hollywood have to remain silent? I guarantee you if a whole bunch of Hollywood actors and actresses endorse Trump, the whole Hollywood should keep quiet, would disappear from MAGA. That shit would be all over Fox News. Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan. I didn't hear anybody say wrestlers should keep quiet. You know, LeBron James he should shut up and dribble. Well, you should shut up and wrestle, Hulk Hogan. Look, people can see the double standard. At the end of the day, yeah, more celebrities in Hollywood endorses the left. There's no denying that. More celebrities and folks in music, there's far more of them that endorse the left than the right. But the right only has this shut up and practice your trade when it's people who are critical of them. The minute somebody steps up and they're on their side, like Charleston Heston from My Cold Dead Hands, they're all over it. So it comes across as a little bit hypocritical. Fact is, the Hollywood celebrities and the music industry, they lean left for one simple thing. I mean, the right is a family values party. The right is Christianity. Most of the music industry in Hollywood, they like to push the envelope. I don't know how Trump gets in this category because he too has multiple wives and had a very active sex life, but that's what they do in Hollywood. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll and shit. That doesn't fit with the Republican narrative of being a family values Christian-based party. That's why most of the folks in those industries don't lean left. That's also why most colleges, most universities lean left. It doesn't fit with the conservative party is exactly what it is. It's a traditional party. They're more traditionalists. Want to keep things the way the founding fathers intended. So you often hear them talking about the Constitution, and you hear them talking about things from yesteryear. The left, they call them progressives. They always are trying to evolve and go in many different directions. That's what the young folks want to do. They don't want to stay the same way we were in 1776. Most universities lean left. They're not big on Christianity. They certainly don't favor this rolling back at Roe v. Wade. I mean, if you go to a university, those are where your most fertile, sexually active people are. You think they want to go to jail for having an abortion? So I don't think the right is ever going to win universities and colleges. The young crowd like to live a progressive lifestyle. They don't like let's keep things traditional. I don't know how you could fix that. Looking in the comments, that's an inaccurate view of Hollywood, says Uncle James. Well, I can tell you one thing that's not inaccurate. They mostly lean left. Hollywood loves to party. What do you mean it's inaccurate? The amount of drugs in Hollywood, divorces, bad marriages, none of that fits the traditional family values party. How many Hollywood elite are in church and promoting Christianity all the damn time? What do you mean it's an inaccurate view of Hollywood? Maybe you're talking about a small segment of Hollywood. I think it's pretty damn accurate. Says Diddy. Yeah, P. Diddy. Yeah, right. Okay. I don't know if P. Diddy's in the accurate view of anything. The right leads by dividing the country. No, I don't buy into the right leads by dividing the country. I will say that that's kind of something that's happened more along the lines of under Trump. I don't think Mitt Romney or George W. Bush was doing that as strong. I mean, they kind of made politics boring. Trump is the one that goes on stage and, as people say, he speaks his mind, says what he'll get a I hate Taylor Swift. George W. Bush and Romney would have never said something like that. Or my political opponent was born mentally ill. Or, what did he call Kamala Harris? Dumb and stupid. Romney and McCain and Bush, they would have never talked like that. So I don't buy into the notion that the right is dividing everybody. It's a different party now. All right, let me go back to the box. How godly is that? It ain't godly at all. Handsome is voting for Trump 100%. Wow. Fancy says not Obama. Give me a break. Well, people did say Obama was divisive. And I gotta agree. There was certainly some division. I see your comment, Fancy. There was certainly some division with Obama, but I don't think Obama could have avoided it for the simple fact he's the first black president. Just like Kamala Harris, if she gets elected as the first woman, you want to say black woman, Indian, she's a woman. You can't fucking deny that. Okay, you want to say what race she's a woman. First female, Clinton got elected as the first female. There's going to be division that comes along with that. Any decision she makes, she must be having her cycle or something, even though she's like 60 fucking years old. Some, they're going to attribute, just like somebody mentioned in the comments, women are emotional. So she's going to be divisive because there's a segment of America that does not believe a woman should have that job. Just like there was a segment under Obama that did not believe a black person should have that job. There's no way Obama or Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton, for that matter, could be president without being considered divisive because they are breaking the mold. We are used to white, straight, Christian males running this country. That's it. If you're anything else, there's going to be a group of people that don't believe you should be running the country. All right, let me go back to the box. The world has that view too, says Raptor. Not all the world, because there's been women leaders in certain countries. Angela Merkel of Germany, Margaret Thatcher of the UK, New Zealand currently has a female leader. I think Mexico has had one. Not everybody don't think that way. Going to the box, Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Oh, wait a minute. Maga Reacts. Good evening.
Hey, my name is James, by the way.
James?
You want to use it instead of MAGA?
Either way, no matter. I enjoy talking to Maga. So what am I getting wrong? You should have undoubtedly heard a hell of a lot that I'm getting wrong. The floor is yours.
Yeah. I don't know where to start.
Take your time.
With Kamala being like Kamala's stupid thing, the thing is with her, if you listen to her off prompter versus on prompter, she sounds completely different. She goes from sounding like a genius to sounding like someone that just got the job yesterday on the first day of work. And that's the reason she doesn't do many like off-prompter interviews, and she only does interviews with her friends. Because anything that she does off the cuff sounds really bad. And that's where Trump's comments are coming from. He's frustrated that she's hiding the real her from the country. They need to know who they're voting for. And, she needs to do more interviews, actual interviews, not like...
But let's be clear. Even without disputing anything you're saying, because I haven't heard her off the cuff, but even without disputing anything you're saying, let's be clear. When he says she needs to do more interviews, she's not going to say anything good at an interview, according to Trump. I don't care if she got up there and said 2 + 2 is 4. Trump is going to say it took her too long to come to the equation. So he wants her to do more interviews because he needs more content to criticize her with. There's nothing she's going to say in an interview where Trump's going to be like, that makes sense. It's all going to sound stupid.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course he wants to get more, but she's hiding that. She's hiding who she is from the real world. Like, any one of her interviews you could listen to, and if you actually listen to what she's saying, it sounds like you're listening to ChatGPT right in, giving you an answer to the question. If she even answers it. Like, she's asked if she was better off, if the country's better off 4 years before than it is today. Her answer is, I was born in the middle class. I came from this.
She needs to cut that. That's almost like the cackle at this point. Nobody needs to hear about you're born in a middle class family. I cannot tell you how many people on the right bring that up when she's asked about a question about the economy or something. I was born in a middle class family. She needs to stop that. I will agree with that part. But as I said before, though, her taking interviews, I give Trump credit because Trump is brave enough to go everywhere and answer questions, even in some of the most toughest environments. But it's not like it's helping him. I mean, it's not. And that's what Kamala Harris is obviously trying to avoid. Is Trump is, as you say, when she talks off the cuff, she doesn't sound like a genius. She sounds like an idiot. Well, that's what is hurting Trump, is that he's going places and talking off the cuff. He did it at the debate about eating cats and dogs. He is doing exactly what you're saying Kamala Harris should do. And she's looking at him likely as, don't be like this.
I agree with you, but the difference is everyone knows who Trump is. Nobody really knows the real Harris because she's hiding. You know what I mean? He's not. It is a mistake for him to talk so much. And a lot of his problems is he's on TV 24/7.
Yeah.
If you're on TV as much as him, if anyone's on TV as much as him, they'll have way more stuff to use against you.
Right.
Than what he said. For the cat and dog thing, there was that one video of that lady eating a cat, but she wasn't Haitian.
Right.
That's where it came from. And once after the debate, he did stop saying it, but obviously the media is going to keep attacking him about it. And
Why didn't he correct it? Don't just stop saying it. Correct it. It's not true.
It's another one of his faults. He never admits being wrong or apologizes. You know, he'll like if you're his enemy and then you become friends, he'll treat you as a friend, but he won't apologize for what he did when you guys were enemies, or he just doesn't apologize.
Is that not a problem? Is that not something? Because you mentioned Kamala Harris off the cuff, not sounding very logical or whatever. Is that not something to be critical of? Having a commander in chief that is not even man enough to admit when he's wrong?
It is one of his faults. He's not perfect. I mean, they keep saying MAGA's a cult, but you ask any one of us and we'll admit his faults, and he has many.
Not true. You are the first guest I've had tonight to admit that the cats and dog thing is something he should have apologized. Everybody else I've had in the comments have tried to defend that shit and say it's happening. So that ain't true. Everybody tells me it happened.
Well, again, you have to defend it because it's your team, but like, for one thing, I mean, I'm actually Egyptian. I'm not white or anything, but I've dated...
Maybe that has something to do with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've dated a Haitian girl, and I used to work for Haitians here. I live in North Miami, and it's Haitian country, like, American ones. But I've been to Haitian churches, and if you've ever been there to a Haitian church, it's like they do like a mix of voodoo and Catholic. And their church, actually, like, their altar is actually used as an altar. Like, they sacrifice chickens, as far as I know. So it might have been more of a religious thing, but I'm not gonna say they're out there eating cats or dogs.
Yeah, I mean, even when you talk about
just that one crazy lady, and it's one of his faults, but it's like one of his powers is he listens to the people. He sees something on Twitter trending, and he'll bring it up. And a lot of shit got addressed that would normally get ignored.
Yeah, but let me just say this. Even when you mention sacrificing the chicken, for instance, don't the Jewish, when they say kosher meat, don't they pray over animals and things like that too? Halal and all of that. They do the same thing, don't they?
That's more how they prepare their food to eat. That's just like rules they have for like preparing regular food. It's not for your prayer. It's for just regular food. It's what the butcher does. It's not what the priest does.
Okay, and by the way, in the comments,
In the end, we all started this way. We just... Again, I don't know enough to actually answer these questions, so I don't want to get too far.
But it does sound like you've been around enough Haitians to know that it's not common that they're eating cats and dogs.
No. Yeah. I don't think... No. If anything, it was probably just one or two families, because I'm pretty sure they're giving money over there to buy food. So it's not that they're starving. And I believe the reason they brought them there, like all these immigrants, the real reason behind them is they needed cheap labor. If you remember at the end of Trump's presidency, McDonald's, all these places couldn't find people to hire.
Right.
There was no one taking these jobs, so they let all these people in because we needed the cheap labor.
And that is one of the things, that's a good point, and that's one of the things I've often brought up is that if you notice when it comes to former President Trump, he's always talking about immigrants coming here. He'll point out an immigrant that came here and harmed an American or killed somebody. He never talks about the biggest co-conspirator in the illegal immigration problem, and that is Americans that hire those folks. Now, you never hear Trump talking about, well, here, here's the name of a CEO of a Tyson meatpacking plant. This guy's responsible for thousands of illegal. He never brings that up. And that's how you're pointing out now situations like that, where
that's actually something else. That's a different subject we could talk about.
Wait, how is it a different subject? It's part of it.
No, one problem is border security, and one problem is immigration. We actually care very little for immigration. We want good people to come here and get work and grow our country.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
Our border being open and people being let in that we have no idea who they are, that are not vetted. Like for me personally, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of us, even though like Democrats love to convolute everything, we care more about border security. We want.
Hold on. Hang on. This is why I'm connecting it to. The people are not coming here for free health care and food stamps. They're coming here to work. So you want the border secure. If the people couldn't find jobs that Americans are giving them, they wouldn't be coming here. So you want to solve the illegal immigration problem, you got to go after the Americans that are hiring them under the table. And Trump doesn't do that because a hell of a lot of them are probably part of the people that are lobbying and paying his campaign funds. That's why I'm talking about. You can't ignore that. That's part of the game.
I mean, if you listen to him, he doesn't.
He doesn't bring them up.
He does bring up them stealing jobs, but really his priority are the ones committing crimes. Like every time he talks about deporting them, he doesn't say we're just going to deport them. He says like the cops are going to deport them, and the cops will go after criminals first. I mean, they'll probably go after innocent people too. But I think his goal is going to be the criminals. They're going to be the easiest to deport.
But I'm saying, Maga or James, what I'm saying is that when you say you're going after the criminals, people who are giving illegal immigrants jobs so that they don't have to pay Americans the correct salary, they are criminals. And Trump is not going after them. You want to talk about taking black jobs? Well, who gave them the damn job? You got to go after them too. You're talking about all these immigrants taking black jobs. What? Well, who hired them? Who did they get the job from? Tell us that. He don't say nothing about that.
No, I agree with you. No, you're right. He should say something about that. But really, it's the priority. What's your priority? Like, because he talks about letting immigrants in all the time. Like some of these people are paying like $30,000 to have a coyote have them cross the border. Why don't you just pay America $30,000 and we just let them in legally?
But this is what I'm saying. It's a lot easier.
No, I get your point, and I agree with you.
Yeah, because
you should go after them.
Yeah, because they got deep pockets. They're easier to find. I mean, and you would actually recoup money. Going after the illegal immigrants and deporting them actually cost us money. If you went after the people that's hiring them, you could profit money and make money to continue the program. This is how I often say, if you want to really get the illegal immigration problem under control, when you catch somebody entering this country illegally, you tell that person, just like they do in the drug game, we'll try to maybe give you immunity or maybe even a path to residency, but you work for us, just like they do in the drug game. You're going to go undercover for ICE. We see your resume or whatever the hell you had on you when we captured you, said you had a job lined up in Milwaukee. We're going to take you to that company and you're going to wear a wire and get them to admit that they know you don't have documentation, but they'll hire you anyway. And once you come back to the van or whatever the hell, we'll go shut that company down. And then we're going to send you to another one in Minneapolis. We're going to send you to, St. Louis. And that's how you do it. Once the corporations know that they could go to jail, prison, have their whole business shut down, you would then make a dent in it. Trump don't want to do that because he's making money from them people.
Well, I mean, that's the problem on both sides. If anyone has more corporate funding, it's Kamala. Like the Democrats have like triple the money of the Republicans. You know,
Yeah.
if you look at any election, any the money being spent.
But you would get money by doing what I'm doing. But if you do what I'm doing, you would get money out of that.
The second problem is the president doesn't really have direct control over
Come
the
on.
like that.
Come on.
Especially Trump.
ICE is a federal organization. He absolutely could do what I just said. All of that's federally controlled. He has the power to do every damn thing I just said.
It'll be easier for a local governor to do it. For him to, you saw how Trump's presidency. They were investigating him just as much as regular criminals. Like he had no control over the DOJ and the FBI when he was president. And every time he tried, they would try to impeach him over it, or they would make it a big deal. Like he fired Comey, and it set off independent investigation. Like he had no control over the DOJ. And honestly, like stuff like that, I think should be in the hand of the state. Where the president matters is the border, foreign policy, trade, like the big picture. You're talking about just very specific. You sounded
like a contortionist, man. I'm telling you, these corporations where the money is actually at. I mean, like Tyson Food and Walmart had a history of hiring illegal. You know how much money you could get by finding them and shutting them down as opposed to catching one or two people in the Rio Grande? That's where the money's at.
Well, one thing is, at this point, Kamala is just letting them in. These people aren't even illegal anymore. They're just being let in through the door for asylum. And, while they're waiting for asylum, they could get jobs. The Haitians, they're all working in a meat factory there. That's like another complaint from the people of Springfield that the big meat factory that was, that was giving jobs to most of the people there they take buses to the meat factory to work there, and there's videos of they're not buses.
And everybody trying to deface or shame the Kamala Harris administration is taking videos of the bus going to the meat packing plant, but nobody goes in the meat packing plant and puts a picture of the CEO or the management on TV. They conveniently leave them out, the people that's hiring all the people on the bus. Not one person does that. You don't see any bias in that?
No, I'm with you. You're right. But it's both sides. It's not just
right.
Both sides.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's the point. I got to move it on, Maga. First time talking?
No problem. Just anytime you see me, just pick me up.
Gotcha. Right. I got you like a blanket. Thank you. Thank you.
Take care, man.
Appreciate it. And that's the point I'm making, folks. If you want to secure the border, and I do believe Trump gives that more attention, but I don't believe you're going to get a secure border under Trump either. I mean, at the end of the day, the Americans that are giving them jobs are the reason they're coming here. If you listen to MAGA, if you're listening to the Trump side, they're coming here to get free healthcare and food stamps. Ain't nobody working. They just all coming here to get free shit. As I just pointed out with my last guest, to shame the Kamala Harris and Biden administration are taking a photo or video of a bunch of immigrants showing up to some meatpacking plant. But nobody dares take a photo of the guy walking out who owns the meatpacking plant. Why did all these people show up at your damn plant? Well, maybe because he got a Trump sticker in the back of his pickup. So we ignore him, the guy who was at the top of the pyramid, responsible for all the shit happening. You're never going to solve the illegal immigration problem with that backwards ass shit. That's just my opinion. And he's right. It happens on both sides. The left are pro-immigrant because they believe the immigrants will likely turn into votes one day. That's how the left is. The right is pro-immigrant because they favor the people who want to hire the damn immigrants. As Trump said, they're taking black jobs. Well, who do you think's giving them those damn jobs? Who are they voting for? Because you don't seem to be interested in them. Folks, you got to listen to the game, folks. Listen to the game. It's hypocrisy all around. It's all around. They're taking black jobs, not one mention of who's giving them those black jobs. Just come out and admit you're protecting the folks that are hiring illegals. Real quick, I want to address a couple super chats. I mean, I can't believe nobody. The right are bashing the people they're hiring. Yeah, but they're not bashing the folks that are hiring them. That's the people that have money, businesses, property, things you can find to piss in. It's going to cost you money grabbing illegals because you got to house and feed them and find a place to deport. All that costs money. But if you go after the business that's hiring them, you can shut the whole damn business down and profit from it. You could actually make money to fund your operation. Real quick, I didn't want to read Hispanic vote. We know that, but his support among white males is off the chain. I was going to respond to a couple super chats, and for some reason, YouTube is not letting me do that. Oh shit! I do apologize to you folks on YouTube. I saw your super chat come in, and it's not letting me do it. Real quick in the comments, if they wanted to fix the border problem, then staff up the people and create more jobs to process it. Something in my opinion, if it got out that hiring an illegal immigrant could get you a minimum of a year in prison, max 5 years in prison per immigrant, you would lose your license to operate a business anywhere in the United States for a minimum of 2 years. I don't think the immigrants would be able to find a job anywhere. And that would, to me, that would be a lot less work than going around grabbing up immigrants one by one. If they could not, because remember, they're coming here for a better economy. They're coming here to make money because they can't make it in Mexico. If you take that away from them, they're not going to come here. I believe was it under Obama or Bush when the economy got real bad in the beginning, like right after the housing crisis, they had started going back home. They couldn't find work. They actually started going back home. They don't want to just come to America because they want to see the damn Statue of Liberty. They actually want to better themselves. If that option does not exist, you think they want to give up where they are from, the language barrier? There's a hell of a lot of people here who hate them. You think they want to do that just for the sake of doing it? If the financial incentive was not there, they wouldn't come. A minimum 1 year in prison, max 5 years in prison for every immigrant you hire, and you lose your business license for a minimum of 2 years. Because one business may have hundreds of illegals working for it. Instead of chasing down the hundreds of illegals, go for the one business. As I stated, when you catch one, you work for me now. We'll give you a green card, but you work for me. You wearing a wire, you're going to go in there, make sure you let the management know you just got in town or you just got here 3 weeks ago. You don't have any legal credentials, but you're hard up, you're desperate. Once you're on audio telling them that you have no legal right to work here and they hire you anyway, come on back out to the van. We're going to get you out of here. That business is gone. That business is gone. It's simple as that. Once that gets out, they won't be able to find jobs very easy and they won't come. Let me move it on. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Thank you for almost getting up to 100,000. We can certainly make that happen. One and only Pinche Vato Local. Congress will never lock up their friends. That's part of the truth. That's exactly my point. Pinche, are you there?
What's up, brother? How you doing today?
And I'm doing good. Hanging around like Mike Pitts, you know.
You know me, same shit, different toilet, man. Hey, I don't know if you've, what's your thoughts on the whole longshoreman strike?
I've heard about it. I don't know the gist of it, though. I have heard about it.
You don't know?
No.
Wow, it's bigger than anything in politics right now.
I thought, well, depends on who you talk to.
Tomorrow morning at 12:01, they shut down and they're on strike every single dock worker in the United States.
Well, I'm not near any docks, so it ain't really big news in my area.
Everything that you have comes in from a dock.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, the trucker. Go ahead.
And I mean that's a huge deal. It's gonna really screw everything up tonight, and I can't even begin to tell you the ramifications of that. Also curious to hear your thoughts or your take on the.
Wait. In regards to them striking, what's the core issues? Pay, I'm assuming. What are they striking over?
No, it's not actually. Believe it or not, they're actually fighting for something that's for all of us as workers. They yesterday changed their stance again, but it's because they're taking a harder stance every time. But yesterday they changed their stance. They want no automation at the docks. And the reason why they're doing this is because AI is promising to come in and eliminate all kinds of workers' jobs. And so what they're fighting about is automation and AI being introduced into the longshoremen's union in eliminating jobs for workers. And I think that's a huge thing, because the only people who benefit in that situation are the corporations.
Hey, yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to stop AI. And I mean, just like with automation, there's no way to stop that. That is going to be the future. There's no way to stop that.
I'm with you 100%. I've been in manufacturing majority of my life, and I can tell you this: from the time I started in 1995 till now, there's been a hell of a lot of different automation that's been introduced in all the different, areas that I've worked in. My second thing is, what about the Heritage Group backing Kamala when they're the ones that wrote the 2025 agenda, man? I mean, how is it that,
I think the Heritage Foundation, if they're backing Kamala Harris, they're trying to do that to save Trump, because there's no way in hell that the Heritage Foundation, who are indeed the authors of Project 2025, would genuinely want Kamala Harris to win. I mean, that's just like when Vladimir Putin said he wants. That ain't. Look, they're trying to play a reverse psychology game. That's just like when Vladimir Putin said he wanted Kamala Harris to win.
Hang on. They were on primetime news. I believe it was even CNN. They were on CNN on primetime talking about how Trump had nothing to do whatsoever with 2025.
Then why the hell is his name in it?
It's not. It's in there because the Democrats put it in there.
Why would why would Democrats put it in there? What?
Yes.
What the hell are you talking about?
They put his name attached to it. They assumed that he had something to do with
it. That's not true. You do realize J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for Project 2025, right? Did the Democrats do that too?
That's probably why they're saying that it's attached to Trump then, because of that. But
you do realize.
Anyway.
Wait, hold on, hang on. Wait, as they say in the infomercial, wait, there's more. You do realize that several former members of the Trump administration wrote Project 2025, right?
Yes.
So
and I realize also that you do realize too that there was a lot of swamp members that were in Trump's cabinet and in Trump.
They weren't liberals. There's not one member of Trump's cabinet that's a liberal.
Being part of the swamp does not mean that you have to be a liberal.
Okay. Yeah, okay? I agree with that.
George W. Bush, swamp head. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't. Dick Cheney, swamp head. So it doesn't matter if you're liberal or Republican.
We certainly ain't gonna agree. Let me run this by you though. Lord Mobile RV on YouTube. This sounds like something you may be more familiar with. It says the privileges and immunities of the United States Constitution do not extend to U.S. citizens per AMJUR 162. Have you heard anything like this?
Yeah, but you got to understand, it's what I've been telling you about for the longest time, Tim. You have to understand there's a big difference with the verbiage, okay? The verbiage is everything, and verbiage links to the legal definition, okay? And this is what I've been trying to tell you about. If you legally define yourself as a U.S. citizen, you are, by the legal definition, calling yourself an employee of the federal government or somebody who lives within a area of Washington, D.C. Okay? That's what the legal definition, yes, look it up. The definition.
You're breaking up. I may have to drop you. You're breaking up really bad. All right, Pinche, I'm going to have to drop you. Your signal's almost illegible. I hate to drop Pinche, but your signal's that bad, Pinche. I had to drop you. Always welcome back, but because I wanted to get more into that, but I'm gonna leave it at that. We'll talk about it in the future. Certainly with Pinche, he's a welcome guest on the show. Trump tried to jumpstart Project 2025 with the Schedule F move, says Billy White. Yeah, the idea that the Heritage Foundation is endorsing Kamala Harris is nothing short of comical. Nothing short of. By the way, not only is J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for Project 2025, Trump's name is all over Project 2025. Members of his own administration wrote Project 2025. Trump is also on video raising money for Project 2025. Mike Pence, when he was still vice president under Trump, was also at a Heritage Foundation meeting stating that Trump was going to be the best president for what they were trying to do. I mean, there are so many links between Trump, his administration, his VP, and Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation that you almost have to deliberately turn a blind eye to make any other point work. I say this all the time. If you had a very far left liberal publication talking about transgender are going to rule the world or something very far to the left, and you had as many links to that publication as Trump has to Project 2025, there's no way in hell you'd convince the right that Kamala Harris is telling the truth when she says she has nothing to do with it. They wouldn't buy it. So I don't know why people think the left is going to buy that. There's too many solid links that Trump has to Project 2025. You're not going to convince people that. Only people that would believe Trump has no connection to Project 2025 are people that did not read Project 2025. Now, my last guest was trying to allude to the belief that, well, yeah, several members of his administration wrote Project 2025, but they're all swamp creatures. All right. I don't know where else to go with that. But the amount of connections to Trump, starting with his own VP, actually part of Project 2025 was written by your vice president. And now they endorse Kamala Harris. That's comical. Looking in the comment section, being a U.S. citizen does not make you an employee of the United States government. I've never heard of that. But I have heard my last guest say it more than once. I've never heard it from anybody else other than him, though. And Lord Mobile follows up by saying, LRD Mobile, RV rather, says when Trump said he didn't pay any federal taxes and he said that makes me smart, he said he is not a federal citizen. Now, Trump did bring up that he didn't pay taxes and that means he's a smart guy. Oddly enough, he's running for president bragging that he didn't pay taxes, which are collectively what we used to run the country. But he says when Trump said he didn't pay any federal taxes and he said that makes me smart, he's saying he's not a federal citizen. I've never heard of this federal citizen stuff, but to me, having a president brag about not paying federal taxes to a bunch of Americans that do reeks of privilege. When Trump came down the escalator bragging about how wealthy he was, I think he said at the time he's worth $15 billion. You're bragging about how wealthy you are and got a gold escalator in your own jet. You're running for president over a bunch of people that are struggling to get by, and you're bragging that you didn't have to pay taxes that they did. I don't know if that's something I would run on. That doesn't sound that good to me. Pitching Dencal. To me that doesn't sound good. Even if it's true, that just doesn't sound good. I agree with you in the comments. Muhammad rather says the rich don't tell. That would have been something that's best not to tell. That to me that makes you look bad. Dencal.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So what do you think? Trump saying that Kamala Harris was literally born mentally ill.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with something like that.
You said it.
It's amazing because today it seems like you had the trifecta on here. You had the U.S. gymnastics team on here flipping and doing stunts, and I mean, turning the wrestlers was turning each other into pretzels, and boy,
it can be challenging some days. It really can be.
Is that that's what you call it, challenging?
That's what I would say. That was a bit challenging.
But at least look, you got them to admit, like,
yeah, well, he shouldn't be saying all of this stuff, but then they end up defending it, knowing that it's false, but they still do it, talking about being a team member. That's a cult member. That's not a team member.
I did get one person though. I think it's first time talking. Maga reacts. I think his name was.
Yes.
He admitted that at least the cat. But he knew Haitians, by the way, and he was not white. He was Egyptian. That's what I told him. I said that probably makes a difference. But he admitted that they're not eating cats and dogs.
I don't want to jinx your show. He probably won't come on too many more times and talk to you. Because you're about to flip. You need to have a Harris Walls hat back there and start offering it to some of these folks, man. It's fair play.
I'm always happy to get I'm happy to get MAGA any way I can get them, but to get minority MAGA, I don't get that as much. So it was good to have him on.
Yeah, and what's funny, look, DJ Julio, I mean, he must be one of the best of all time. He is in there talking about a perspective where he's in the Dakotas talking about what's right for the country and what's going on in the country, talking about fracking. Look, it's only 15 people in South Dakota. They wouldn't know if a earthquake happened,
Yeah.
or if the groundwater was contaminated. They wouldn't know.
Yeah, and you have heard that too. I'm assuming that fracking causes earthquakes and it's harmful to the environment.
Yes, because they drill so deep that it gets into the the groundwater supplies that run under, in the Earth's crust and surface and stuff. So that, like, you just polluting, water that's naturally from the Earth. It's just it's crazy that they would say she should never have had a thought about not supporting fracking. Now she's been in the government. She's actually sees, how it fits into our economy, and she says, "Well, I'm not for fracking anymore." Well, no, she can't change her mind. And then you tell him about Trump to change his mind on every single thing he ever said. He's changed his mind on. Oh, but that's different. That's different. That was when he was a Democrat. That was back in the day before he got saved. And,
You said before he got saved. Damn, you really go.
They're saying the reason he's not a Democrat anymore is because he got saved, and now he's with Jesus now. And I'm like,
what?
The man said he's never found a reason in his life to repent, to
Yeah, he said he's never asked God for forgiveness in his whole life on video. Did he actually say he became a Republican after finding Jesus? I didn't hear that.
No,
Wow.
no, I'm saying some of his members, saying the reason why he changed from Democrat to Republican is because he found God.
Oh.
And it's backflips, it's everything you want to see, man. It's incredible.
Well, I gotta say though, now I'm not very religious myself, but I gotta say if I was an evangelical right, I would pick Trump over Kamala Harris, even though and over Biden, even though I believe Biden is more religious than Trump any day of the week. But Trump is doing what the evangelical right wants done. So I'm gonna pick Trump. He's giving you 6 Supreme Court justices. He's rolled back Roe v. Wade. Trump, even though he may not be for Christ, if I'm religious, I'm gonna say, but Christ has their hand on him, and they're guiding him the right way. So I would vote for Trump myself if I was very religious, because he is doing what they might refer to as Christ's work.
Well, I would say, as far as that's concerned, a lot of those people in the Christian nationalist movement, evangelicals, whatever you want to call them, a lot of ultimately their goal is to get rid of abortion, period. It's not to send it to the states.
No, it's not.
They just had to get it to the states first so they can get that off the books, and then they can have a nationwide mandate. That is ultimately what they want. Because if they actually took a look at the numbers, there's more abortions happening now than before they stopped Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
So if their goal was to save lives, then
not doing it.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. For folks who say that they're not trying to ban abortion federally, it's only about giving it to the states. I would say right off the bat, if you are pro-life and your goal is to save the life of the unborn, you're not going to be happy that the mom went across a river into another state and did it anyway. You're going to want to go across that river and make changes over there too. So yeah, the end goal is likely to be federal. I mean, if you're talking about saving the life of the unborn, you want to do it anywhere it's happening. You don't want somebody to be able to go down the road and do it down there. You want to go down the road and stop it down there as well. So yeah, a federal ban is the goal. Now, before we continue, and I see Mobile RV said you have to understand that the states are independent, that are equal to Mexico or Canada. Private international law, public international. Have you heard any of this where you have federal citizens like they're talking about?
No, and if you go into any court and ask them about them, they'll laugh you out of there. So I'm not sure what they're talking about, but obviously it doesn't have any precedent in our actual society today, because if it did, for one, the politicians would be saying this stuff and not people on the internet.
That is true. That is real true. To me, it's almost similar to that sovereign citizen stuff. I mean, you're right. When you see these folks going to court, the outcome is generally not that good. And real quick, Mobile said, give unto God that which is God, give unto Caesar that which is Caesar. Where Caesar, if you're too lazy to read the law, then pay up. Now that sounds cryptic almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds cryptic. So at the end of the day, though, Kamala Harris, not mentally ill from birth.
Listen, if a person can go, on the trail she has made through her life, from becoming a lawyer, becoming a district attorney, becoming an attorney general, becoming a senator, becoming a vice president, if they're saying that is equivalent to a person that's mentally ill, they need to go upstairs in their bathroom and look in the mirror and say, what does that make me? If she is stupid or if she is dumb, what does that make me?
Yeah, I gotta say, Kamala Harris, despite folks not wanting her to become president, she is a very, very accomplished woman. Now, you could be, there's a lot of educated people that are on antidepressants and anxiety meds, so there could be some mental illness. There's a lot of that among all of us, but
yeah, that's like, goes back to what I told you months ago. We could say the people in the church are mentally ill too.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that, right? So why just look at a person and says they possibly could be mentally ill, and she's gone to court, she's faced transnational groups, some of the largest corporations in America on the battlefield inside the courtroom, and she's destroyed them.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to tell me that person is mentally ill, and then they went the step by step to, yes, she didn't get elected to be the VP, but she got nominated by somebody who sat down with her, listened to what she had to say, and believed that she was able to fulfill that job requirement.
That would be my assertion of it. I got one more thing I want to run by you. Somewhat on topic, somewhat off, but this is problematic to me, and I want to get your opinion. And real quick in the comments, Mimi says it took her 3 times to pass the bar. I don't know if that's relevant at this point, though. Kamala Harris is 60 with an extensive legal career behind her. She would have probably passed the bar, maybe 23, 24 years old. Does it matter at this point? Okay, let's say you get a shitty score on the bar, but then you've been a top-notch attorney for the last 20 years. Does the bar exam make much of a difference at that point? I don't know what her...
See, the bar is the exam they have to pass before they officially start actively practicing.
Right. It's in the beginning. That's what I say. She would have been like 20 something when she took that.
Do the research and take a look at the statistics about how many people normally fail on their first, second, third tries. With John F. Kennedy Jr., he failed about 4 or 5 times. It doesn't matter. Once you get it, You have shown the proficiency to operate in the court system. She's the only one who's been shown proficient. She worked in the legal system. She was proficient enough. She worked in the judicial system. She was efficient enough. She's been in the executive branch.
Yeah.
She was a senator. She's been in, she's.
Yeah, I will say Trump. Folks give Trump credit for being a successful businessman. Now he went to the Wharton School of Finance. If they found out he got a C or a low B minus on a test, they wouldn't give a damn. They would say, look, he's been a successful businessman. We don't care what his test scores were back when he went to school. He came out, he was a great businessman. So I don't understand why her bar exam makes much difference. She finally passed the bar and went on to be a top-notch attorney. It doesn't matter anymore. But I want to run this by you. This is 40 seconds of misery in my opinion, but I want to get your take on it because this is what Trump is once again suggesting.
If you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge, Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, he's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them, let them rob your store. All these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent, then the city doesn't have, it's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately.
Now he's talking about like these mob robberies and shoplifting. Allow the citizens, allow the police to have one very rough hour with them. I don't know if that could involve beatings, deaths. I mean, but give them one, as he say, one really rough hour. Now, a lot of these folks that are involved in this stuff are juveniles. How do you feel about him suggesting this?
What he literally did, he must have been binge watching shows or something, and he must have binge watched The Purge, because that's exactly what the pretense of that show is, to have one day where everybody's allowed to do and get rid of the bad parts of society.
Wow.
That guy is a fucking idiot, man. And anybody who sits there and listens to him and think, he tells it like it is. I like the way he talks. He's for the little man. He cares about us. They're delusional, man. I don't know how else to say it, man. I can listen to this guy. He goes to these rallies and he says all of this crazy stuff, and they never want to talk about his policies. And why? Because he has none. He has talking points. He says, drill, baby, drill. Get those immigrants out. He never goes into detail.
Well, let's be clear, then, Cal. What he's talking about here, that's a policy. I'm gonna have a policy where the police can have a violent hour with shoplift. That is a policy he's promising.
Right, but they would never want to talk about that policy. When you talk to them and you say, and everybody says, could you just, can we just, I think, was that Pinche or one of them guys talking about, we don't want to talk about that stuff, the crazy stuff that he's talking about. Well, everything he's talking about is crazy. And then when we want to have a decent conversation about him, say, okay, how is he going to get this deportation force together? He's obviously got to hire a lot more people, because in order to move millions of people, it's going to take massive resources.
Well, maybe he might do like they did in the old days and deputize a bunch of citizens. Like, remember the caravan that went down to Texas, the truckers that were going to defend the border? If Trump was in office, he would have probably been with them. I mean, something like that. We're going to, pass a law to make them temporary agents of the federal government or something like that. It wouldn't surprise me.
And the ability for that type of vigilantism to go left in a hurry is so great.
Yeah, it's great.
It wouldn't last very long. That situation wouldn't let deputizing and telling what he.
Well, if they got immunity, though, it don't matter. I mean, if you're giving the cops immunity and then you deputize a few Proud Boys or Oath Keepers, they got immunity. So it could really be a party.
They're going to run into a whole bunch of people that don't give a crap about their immunity. You will not just take away my civil rights because of some crazy dude talking about getting people out. There's going to be a lot of people, and I heard one of your people say, yeah, it's going to be some innocent people caught up in that deportation too, but just disregarding people's rights to say,
Yeah.
as long as it's for the greater good, we don't care about those people who you abuse. It's just, I don't know.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
I'm saying that now because I'm a little down. I'm down here in Georgia where we took it pretty rough down here. I've been without power for like.
Oh man, I didn't know you were in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm here in the right outside of Augusta, and you know we've had it pretty bad over here, standing in 3-4 hour long lines.
Oh, I didn't know that, man, homie. Man.
But I'm a brother from Detroit. I'm gonna be all right. It just took me a minute to I went out there and hunter gathered and collected my supplies, but I'm good now.
Man, homie. And I know because I'm hearing more about Asheville, North Carolina than anywhere, but I know it went across Georgia first. But because Asheville, North Carolina, apparently they really got destroyed. I mean, did you have any deaths in your area?
Yes. There's been, I think they said about 11 deaths.
Wow.
But it's been. I think the whole total number is up to about 100. But it was quite a few across Georgia because the storm was originally it was predicted it was going to go up and then to the left, covering Atlanta, but it didn't do that, and a lot of the people that were hit by those outer bands going across to the East Coast, they took it hardest with that. With
you don't normally see earthquakes do that much damage inland like that. I mean, obviously Asheville is pretty far inland. You don't normally see, it's normally Florida or New Orleans or some of the coastal cities, but it's a town like Asheville. I mean, they got it worse than Florida did.
Right, because normally what happens is when hurricane, once they hit land,
they break up.
They break down,
yeah.
and it goes from hurricane down to a tropical storm, and then high gusts and thunderstorms. But it stayed at hurricane
force
winds.
Yeah.
I mean, all the way up through, all up through the Gulf, all the way to the East Coast. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
And you have power now?
No, I found a generator.
Oh man, it's pretty quiet sounding over there. Well, God bless you for that, man. God, damn.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the back. That generator is pretty loud out front, but nobody cares. You drive around, they know. They see the people with the generators and they say they're the lucky ones.
Yeah, you the one that needs to have some firearms. You living in that off the grid town when the bad guys are coming around. So, all right, well I'm glad.
I got plenty, and at night I'm on because look, what people been doing is they see normally people with generators. They normally have their fuel supply, their gas can sitting outside with them, and so what they'll do is at night when the light is pitch black, is they can go up to where they hear a generator, steal they steal their cans of gas.
Wow, it's amazing how quick stuff get primitive when resources go down. I mean, it gets primitive fast. People start fighting over things in whatever grocery store is open, fighting over gas. It can get primitive real quick when resources go down.
It's some touchy people when we standing in line, like a 4-hour line to try to get gas, and let somebody try to, mistakenly or don't know where the line start, try to jump in. I'm talking about people
ready to kill you. Yeah, people ready to kill you.
Serious.
Man.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be the wrong one for them to run up on me at this time, so I'm ready.
All right. Stay safe down there, man. God, I didn't know you was in the thick of that, man. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why I ain't been around in a week.
Yeah, I was under the weather myself, so I ain't been around in a week either. I was, dealing with flu or whatever the hell I had. But all right, I'm moving on. Good talking to you, man. Wow, man.
Okay, hopefully, if my connection stay tight, I'll be able to talk to you in a couple of days. They're not predicting us to get power until the 5th.
Damn. All right, Jesus. All right, man. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Moving on. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you just never know. You never know. You're living living the American dream, your house and picket fence and a nice car outside, and then that happens, and now you're living in Mad Max, fighting over gasoline and toilet paper at the one remaining grocery store in town. It can happen quick. It can happen real quick. I have been through an environment like that after a derecho when wind comes through, and I mean it's similar. I've seen it happen. I've been through it, where people rushing to get generators and shit, and you damn near sleeping in your car. It's not good. Wow. Jeez, I didn't know he was in that. All right, let me go back to the box. That threw me off for a minute. That's my boy there. I hate to hear that. I did a public records request to Springfield and Clark County. This is in Ohio, coming from LRD Mobile. I did a public records request to Springfield and Clark County. I have evidence to the contrary to include dash cam, body cam, and non-emergency calls. Now, that's in regards, I assume, to the eating of cats and dogs. Now, this is what I would like to see, because I know there are people who are saying there's police reports out there that, okay, because I've been begging for evidence that just to prove that what Trump said is true, because I don't buy the cats and dogs. Miss Mo Better, thank you for that sub, appreciate that. I've been constantly saying what Trump has said about the cats and dogs is not true, and I get my Maga side that's saying no, it absolutely is. Now, some folks have brought up police reports. One thing I can tell, there is no video. 20,000 residents. If you ask for 5 videos, let me see 2 dogs, 2 cats, a goose being eaten, nobody's going to be able to provide that. There is no video, but people are saying there are police reports. The problem with police reports, and that's one of the things that Mobile RV is saying here, got police reports and body cam footage. Body cam footage could be a cop standing in front of a citizen swearing up and down that this takes place. Well, that doesn't mean that citizen's not lying. Police reports could also be a police report written by a cop that says a citizen reported somebody ate a cat or a dog. That doesn't mean it's true. Now, if I see body cam footage of a cop that is in Springfield that walked in on a Haitian, not a black woman, because we know there's one black woman out there that did it in Canton, Ohio, but walked in on an actual Haitian consuming a dog, cat, or geese in Springfield, then that's evidence. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any evidence. Like I said, it's been almost a month since Trump said that. In fact, the push for evidence has become so infuriating to MAGA that many of why can't we talk about policies? Why do we gotta keep talking about that? I'm having Biden moments. Why do we gotta keep talking about eating cake? Because he said it, he is still saying it, and he has absolutely no proof. And supporters of Trump, including MAGA, know that this does not reflect well on Trump, so they'd rather move on from it. They would rather move on to the economy or the border, which does reflect well on Trump. But you can't take away the fact that he's still holding rallies talking about it. A state constitution issue can't be ruled upon by the Supreme Court. No federal legislation can be passed legally. Read the law, AMJUR 2D16. How do you find that law? I guess I'd have to Google that. You're saying a state constitution issue can't be ruled upon by the Supreme Court. That sounds backwards, Mobile. If the federal Supreme Court deems that something is federally outlawed, but the state constitution allows them to do it, the feds trump the state. So you're saying a state constitution issue cannot be ruled on by the Supreme Court. No federal legislation can be passed legally. I think that's backwards. Because the states were the ones that did not want to give people of color civil rights. If it had been left up to the state constitution, I wouldn't be a free man in a lot of states. The Supreme Court, the federal government stopped them. I think you're saying that backwards in my opinion. Continuing on though, real quick, to block exculpatory evidence and wait a minute, to block exculpatory evidence and then I due process to a citizen by claiming their channel after the incorporation of rights is sick. Pontius Pilate. I don't get, Mobile. To block exculpatory evidence and then one due process to a citizen by claiming their channel after that's cryptic. I don't quite get what you're saying there. And thank you, Jimmy Loomis. She's accomplished as Queen of Hawk Tua Tim, suggesting that Kamala Harris is an accomplished woman due to her skills in the area of Hawk Tua. Didn't a politician refer to her as the Hawk Tua politician? Look, you're never gonna. I just want to say, I understand statements like that. While many may find them to be humorous, that shit turns women off. I just want to tell you that turns women off. Kamala Harris is a very accomplished woman, education-wise, career-wise. That stuff turns off women. I'm just going to say that. This guy's talking about his civil rights. Wait a minute. This guy's talking about his civil rights. I don't have those. I have God-given rights, natural and inherent, which predate that which grants civil rights. You think that statement? Now, he's saying that I'm here talking about civil rights, and he's suggesting that he doesn't have civil rights. What he has are God-given rights, natural and inherent, which predate that which grants civil rights. Well, you think that would have worked if a slave had said that in the 1800s? You know, I don't have civil rights, I have God-given. You think anybody would have gave a damn about that? So it sounds great, but remember, God doesn't interfere with what happens on earth. So even if, remember, God supposedly is for free will, he's not going to interfere with somebody taking away your God-given rights. So you're saying you don't have civil rights, you have God-given rights. Well, if a human wants to take away your God-given rights, you can pray all you want. God ain't going to stop him from doing it. That's the whole free will thing. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. 120? We're getting close. 120,000. Let's make it happen. Real quick in the comment section there. Miss Mo Betta, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Hello.
Hey, I'm in the trenches.
It's been a minute.
It's couple days. Good day. I was sick the last week, so I was not able to participate as usual. But I'm now hearing that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill, says Trump.
Well, when it comes to stuff that Trump says, his followers believe anything that comes out of his mouth. Okay, so if y'all think she was born so stupid, why y'all don't believe when he said at the Pennsylvania rally he did just maybe yesterday, saying that he don't like paying people and he didn't give overtime. He got people to come in there to do it for nothing. Don't take my word for it. He said that.
He said he does not like paying people. And wow, so he's not a fan of overtime, obviously.
He's not a fan of overtime. That's why I said when he comes out of his mouth with certain things, you got to look at the underlying things. I said he talking about no taxing or overtime. You know what's going to happen? These companies are going to stop giving overtime.
That's I was thinking about that while you're saying it because he's right. I mean, he did indeed say that if he's president, he will not impose taxes on overtime. But like you're right, if he don't like overtime, he's promising to give you a benefit on something he's going to take away from you.
That's going to be taken away. Now, how dumb could you be to even follow some shit like that? Like, they don't believe shit that comes out of his mouth. Like he said, he can go on Fifth Avenue and unalive somebody and get away with it.
Yeah, he did say that.
Did he not say that?
He said he could go on Fifth Avenue and he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and his supporters would go nowhere. But do you believe that? Do you believe that if Trump actually took somebody's life on Fifth Avenue, people would still support him? Do you believe that?
Oh hell no. Not according to New York. Somebody's gonna be all over his ass.
What about in Alabama?
Those old country backwoods Negroes are scared to death. They'll let his ass get away with anything.
Yeah. Now, see in the comments, Maga React said he was just messing around. I will just say this.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They take everything that he says as a joke when it's actually happening, shit happening in their face.
Yeah. I will say this in regards to him messing around or telling a joke. At the end of the day, we're looking for a president. We're looking for commander-in-chief to get the country back on track. We don't want a comedian. I mean, these jokes, some of these jokes are bombing. We're not trying to hire a comedian.
And they cause us detriment. Look at how those people that are suffering over there in Springfield because of some shit that J.D. Vance and him cooked up. J.D. Vance himself came out of his mouth and said he started it because nobody wanted to listen. Like, come on, you started it, but you didn't end it fast enough. It ran to the point where people had to take their children out of school, that people causing house fires, all kinds of stuff over there.
What was going on with the house fires?
Well, that still has yet to be proven, like who started the house fires or whatever. But
so they were disgusted with the immigrants and trying to burn them out of their homes.
Trying to burn them out. You had people that were actually traveling over there to Springfield to I guess stand the ground of what that shit J.D. Vance done started. Yeah. And when I told you before, power of life or death lies in the tongue. That's the truth. You can speak some shit that people will actually believe and act on it. Look at January 6th. Trump then started that bullshit, talking about, oh, well, if I don't win it, they cheated, and we're going to go down to Washington and fight like hell.
Yeah. Well,
he tried to double back on it.
Well, speaking of doubling back on comments, Rooster Cogbum, I think it says, Cogbum in the comments on YouTube says, yeah, Haitians eating pets is a black thing. And the caller, referring to you, Ms. Mobetta, caller mad it got exposed. Eating cats and dogs is a black thing.
Listen, so allegedly so does Chinese people. What the fuck does that got to do with y'all lying about what y'all witnessed over there? I'm not a Haitian woman. I cannot attest or anything as to what they are eating.
Well, he didn't say Haitian. He didn't say Haitian. He said it's a black thing. That means you and I are sitting around enjoying the cat.
So is the Ku Klux Klan a white thing?
Yeah, that's true.
Shut the fuck up. So if you want to go and get into stereotypes, we can do this all day. I got shit for days for you.
Yeah. And I see somebody, and Mark followed up by saying, I guess you found a black job. So black jobs are eating pets. I don't know. Where the hell would make Trump and Vance even say some crazy shit like this?
Because they are as dumb as they sound. They are as dumb as they sound. Stupid is as stupid does, Tim.
Yeah.
Because whether he was joking or not, this is not The Apprentice. And this is where he fails at. You think this is your TV show that you're running right now. Oh, I have the power. I'm in control. I can do what I want to do. No, man. You can't. It does not work like that in the realm that you're in. So with them saying he was a businessman, he might have used to be a businessman. He's no longer a businessman. He's now a politician. He was supposed to conduct himself as such. And he doesn't have the ability to do that. Now they talking about Kamala and her credentials and her qualifications. Let's compare the two.
Really? You want to do that because Trump wins?
Let's compare the two. I'll wait.
I don't know about that, Mr. Mobetta. Trump wins according to most Americans on policies. People think Trump is a better policy-wise. They believe Trump is better.
They're full of shit. They're full of shit. Trump, the Republicans and stuff really have been running this country since its creation. Before they split the parties or whatever, it's always been a Republican Party. It's always been about money. So Trump was in that realm with him being at the DNCs and all of that stuff. You know why he was there? Because he had money.
Yeah.
So what he did, I'm gonna line the right people's pockets. So in the event that I need them, they're there.
Well,
guys.
He actually admitted that. He said, I know how the system, when he came down the escalator, he said, I know how the system works because I played both sides. So what you're saying, he actually admitted to that he was playing both sides like that. He said it.
Exactly. And the people that actually follow him believe that. They don't believe shit that come out his mouth. What they try to do is try to say, oh, well, this is what he meant. No, this is what he should have meant, but he didn't. He meant exactly what he said.
Yeah, he did say it.
It's dangerous. He's dangerous because he incites violence. He doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. Even if they're voting for him, he doesn't care. He cares about power and money. He just needs their vote, so he's gonna act like I like you. I'm gonna act like I like you. Even those stupid ass suckers that he pardoned, like the rappers or whatever. I say y'all so dumb. He pardoned y'all. He will not play none of your music at his rally.
Well, he is 78 though, Ms. Mobetta. You don't expect a 70. Biden, it ain't exactly.
That got to do with it.
I mean, Biden ain't exactly playing a bunch of hip hop at his rallies either, though.
Biden old as fuck. He can't even hear the music.
Well, Trump ain't but 3 years. Wait, hold on, hang on. Trump is only 3 years younger than Biden. If Trump wins in November, he will be the oldest president ever elected. He is actually. He would actually be older than Biden was when he won in 2020. So Trump ain't no young spring chicken.
He sure ain't. He sure ain't. Not a smart one either. He's not too bright either. He's up there. And you know what his rallies sound like? Run, dog, run. Hey, green fish, blue fish, red fish, two fish. That's what his fucking rallies sound like when he speaks.
Did Trump do any... Wait, hold on. You sound like Trump has no redeeming qualities. Do you see anything good in his presidency from 16 to 20?
It's hard for me to see past somebody who has no humility, who has no decency, who does not respect people in certain positions. He has none of that going for him. So it's hard for me to listen to anything that comes out of his mouth. I can't trust him. Wow. His own folks. How many people in his cabinet has either quit, been arrested, or up for charges? I'll wait.
There's a lot.
Half of his cabinet or more.
Fair enough. Well, I do got to move it on, but I can't argue with you. Humility-wise, he's not a humble guy. I don't think even Maga would disagree with that.
He's not.
Yeah, he's not a humble
His
guy.
own mother said if he was to get into politics, it would be a disaster. His mother said that.
Jesus.
Oh, yes, his mother said it.
Wow. Well, some people think he's done a great job so far, though. So we'll see.
Well, those are those stimulus check babies. That's what I call them. Fucking stimulus check babies. Y'all waiting on another stimulus check?
I thought it was the liberals.
The blue states are the ones that are actually working. Those red states are the ones who's sitting around waiting on the fucking government to feed them.
I thought it was the liberals that always wanted free shit.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right.
You've been in politics long enough to know, Tim.
Miss Mobetta?
You know better.
Nobody does it better. Thank you.
That's right.
All right. Miss Mobetta, nobody does it better. Always a pleasure talking to her. Mobile RV wanted me to ask this girl if she's a U.S. citizen. If she is, she doesn't have any of the first 8 amendments under the 14th Amendment. She can sue the state for violence. Where are you getting this stuff from, Mobile RV? The law you told me to read, now I really want to read it because the first 8 amendments. So she doesn't have the right to free speech. She doesn't have the right to bear arms. She doesn't have the right against unwarranted searches and seizures. That's the 4th Amendment, by the way, which Trump is talking about taking away. She doesn't have the right to plead the 5th, silent. I mean, really? Where are you getting this stuff from? I've never heard this. Ed G., he said that because he pointed out that the Democrats don't do nothing about it because the Dems do the footwork for the biggest monopolistic companies. I don't totally disagree with that. I think both parties are deeply involved in corporate America, but I don't think, if you're concerned with the Democrats, Ed G., is that they do the footwork for the biggest monopolistic companies in the country that you're talking about, I don't think voting Republican is going to escape that. If you want big corporations in America to be held accountable and you leave the Democratic Party and start voting Republican, you ain't going to get what you want. You ain't going to get that from the Republican Party either. At the end of the day, the Democrats and the Republicans work with these companies because they got a ton of money. They got deep-ass pockets. I mean, you see how folks on the right were making fun of electric cars, talking about they don't have no range and how the country is not ready for them, and all of a sudden Elon Musk started donating money to Trump, and he don't talk about that shit anymore. That's what we're talking about. So you're not going to escape people being in bed with big business by getting rid of the Democrats and voting Republican. Trump is a perfect example of that. He was all over electric cars, had nothing good to say about electric cars whatsoever. Now you don't hear him saying anything bad about them. Nothing. He went completely silent on electric vehicles the moment Elon Musk started putting money behind them and defended his platform, endorsed him. So you want to talk about flip-flopping? I see somebody in the comments says Trump can be bought and sold. I think the Elon Musk example kind of fits that narrative, that he was bought because he was real hardcore anti-electric vehicles. He was really bad on EVs. Trump was really bad on them. He don't say shit about them no more now. I mean, you got memes floating around of him out there dancing with Elon Musk and RFK. You don't say shit about EV vehicles no more. He went completely silent on that. So that is somewhat of an example of where it looks like he might have been bought out by Elon. Because at first Elon was endorsing Ron DeSantis. But the right was trying to suggest that Elon Musk was a liberal because he is the creator or the owner of the Tesla. So they were, well, he got an electric car, so he's a liberal. That dude ain't no fucking liberal. And now you can see Trump's change makes it clear. Looking in the comments though, MAGA is not going to believe. I don't think it doesn't matter if you believe or not. I mean, there's plenty of video footage of Trump at rallies bashing the hell out of e-vehicles. The range, the towing capacity, saying they don't run in cold weather. And if you look at the dates and timestamps on those videos of Trump at rallies saying all that anti-EV shit, and then you compare his rallies after Elon Musk endorsed him, it's pretty clear he's not saying it anymore. I don't think it's even up for debate. You don't have to believe that. It's clear proof. The moment Elon Musk got behind Trump, his anti-EV stance disintegrated in the thin air. EV boats, he hates them. Oh, so now he's attacking electric vehicle boats, huh? All right, it's true. Tesla is terrible, says Miss Mobile. I've never ridden in a Tesla. I'd like to have one. I mean, I'm in my car all damn day working. I drive about 100 miles a day. If I had a charge, because what does it take about 8 hours to charge one up? Something like that. I think the Tesla gives you, 250 to maybe 400 miles of range. Most e-vehicles do somewhere about the same range as a tank of gas. I think they do. They just take forever to charge. You can put a tank of gas in the car in 5 minutes. It takes hours to charge a car up. However, most Americans don't drive that far every damn day. I mean, I drive 80 to 100 miles a day, and that's way more than most Americans do. And even with my amount of driving, I could do that in an e-vehicle. I mean, if I got an e-vehicle that has 300 miles of range, I drive 100 miles, work, maybe another 20 miles, going grocery shopping or something after work or whatever the hell it might be, not even 20, but say I do 120 miles. By the next day when I get up for work, it's fully charged again. And even if it wasn't, even if I forgot to charge it, it still got about 200 miles left in it. So I could probably do 2 to 3 days work in it. So most Americans could actually get by with an e-vehicle, with the exception of the long weekend trip to grandma's house or something like that. Maybe you couldn't do that, but I'd say probably 90% of the travels for most Americans, you could get by with an e-vehicle. Not talking about a truck driver or somebody that does that, but the regular person that gets up, drives their sedan to work, goes to the office, makes a few errands on the way home, and parks it back in their garage. Most Americans do that, and an e-vehicle is more than capable. Looking in the comments, 80%, 0.5 hours. Does it charge that fast? No. You're saying it can charge the battery up 80% in 1.5 hours? Oh, wow, that's really fast if that's the case. I worry about the repairs on them. Well, Christine, that's going to happen. Anything new, any new technology you get in the beginning, the repairs are going to be sky high. Everybody's trying to get their money back from research and development things. We've all went through new cell phone, new DVD player for you guys who are old enough, new VCR. All of that shit was sky high when it came out. All of that stuff was super expensive when it came out. I went through solar panels. When I was an over-the-road driver, I used to have solar panels on top of the van. I purchased mine in like 2016. And that was after, what was that? That's right at the end of Obama's term. And Obama brought down the price of solar panels a lot. But in the beginning, they cost a lot more. I mean, that's what the e-vehicles will do. It will come down. That's how it starts. It starts out high, it comes down. But Trump is obviously using the fact that they cost a lot to defend fossil fuels, at least until he started working with Elon Musk. Real quick in the comments, they invested billions and they can't admit they were wrong. Maybe the money was misspent. I don't, I'm a huge fan. I'm going to say I am a huge fan of e-vehicles. I do believe the technology. And here's the issue. Before I go back to the next caller, we can shun e-vehicles all we want. The technology is coming. We'll just be behind. What you'll end up having, once the technology gets refined, the range gets better, the batteries get lighter, the cars have longer, you're going to just be importing them from Germany somewhere. The technology is coming. You can either be the leader of it or you can be the importer of it. Because America's not the only one working on that technology. You can continue promoting fossil fuel and end up on the wrong side of history, because that's where you're going to end up. Or you can start putting money behind the e-vehicles and stay on the arc of reality, because that's where it's going. It's going fossil fuel. I mean, it's going electric vehicle. That's what's going to happen, whether you want it or not. That's what's going to happen. Looking at the comments, Asia is 10 years ahead of USA as far as e-vehicles. Yeah, I mean that's what's going to happen. You can keep fighting it, but at the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. Just really jacked up. Thank you, Ed G says, like Kamala being bought out by big oil. I don't see Kamala. The liberals bought out by big oil? That doesn't make any sense. Mobile RV, you're on an educational lesson tonight. Mobile RV is dropping. I don't know all this stuff. I gotta say, this is where I like having an open dialogue, because I learned some shit. I don't know if I'm learning anything here, but Mobile RV says it's literally the slave code. Front of Ohio Supreme Court's needs the fabric of society rest upon labor. 14th Amendment protect this peculiar institution, slavery. I don't know where to go with that. I just don't. I'm going to tell you that. Let me go back to the box. So you really think we're going to get the Jetsons? No, and Billy Wap says, so you really think we're going to get to the Jetsons level? E-vehicles and the Jetsons are worlds apart. The Jetsons are riding on personal spaceships. I didn't say all of that. I don't know. That's not going to happen, for the simple fact is you can't have all of those aircraft flying above every damn thing. You're not going to, the only way you're going to have it, and they do make personal drones, by the way. You can go on YouTube. They make a drone you can sit in, and it will fly you. I mean, but you can't have all of that shit flying over a civilized society. So that ain't going to happen. Remember, the Jetsons lived in space. So there wasn't populations under their vehicles. They lived in space. So when they were in the vehicle, there was nothing under them but other planets and shit. Thousands, if not millions of miles away. You can do it in space. You're not going to do that in Chicago. So no, that's not going to happen. Because what happens if you have engine failure? Your vehicle just falls down on rush hour traffic, people walking to and from work? No, you can't have that. And there will be failure of vehicles, not to mention bad flyers or drivers. No, you can't have that. That'll never happen. The Jetson stuff will never happen. Jetsons will not happen until 40 to 50 years in the future minimum. It ain't gonna happen then either. You're not going to have aircraft flying above people's heads and shit. That's just not on a personal level where everybody has one. How many cars are in America? Think about how many Americans have their own personal vehicle. Now imagine if that vehicle was a aircraft. You can't have that flying up. I mean, every collision now might result in somebody's roof of their house being taken out. That's not going to happen. Edgy says they have to use the slow home chargers. A taxi Uber driver went bad after 100,000 miles. Tesla said it was because of using supercharger too much. Yeah, and that's the problem. If you charge batteries fast, you wear down the lifespan of the battery. But this is what I'm talking about. It's going to take time to refine the technology. We're comparing e-vehicles to fossil fuel vehicles that have like 100 and some odd years of development. We're not comparing a Tesla to the Model T. We're comparing them to brand new Cadillacs and shit that's got 100+ years of R&D behind it. The e-vehicles will get there, but you got to give it time. It's not going to be. I mean, think about how the Model T was when it first came out. You couldn't travel on most roads because the wheels weren't no good. I'm going to assume the range sucked back then. You didn't even have any type of climate control, heat, air conditioning. This is when the automobile was first created. I'm assuming when the automobile was first created, you probably had people talking about the horse carriage, which is what it replaced, was better. The horse don't break down like this shit does. It's easier to get a new horse to pull the carriage than have to fix this damn thing. There's not as many shops. There are horses everywhere. People are always going to be resistant to new technology. That's just how it is. By the way, how many of you folks are old enough to remember elevators where somebody was in the elevator to control the elevator? You ever seen the movie Titanic where Rose wants the elevator to go back down because there's a guy in there controlling it? When the elevator was created, people were afraid to be in an automated box. They didn't trust it. They had drivers until people got comfortable that the machine could do it on their own. You got to get the technology a chance to develop. It doesn't happen overnight. The e-vehicles are brand new. NG, they have the two slow charge. Like I said, I do believe that they will refine the batteries and shit. Elevator driver was a full-time job. Yeah. All he's doing is, driving the elevator up and down, letting people out. He opens up the cage to let them out. I remember just a few of those in some of the real old buildings in downtown Chicago when I was a very young lad. I do remember going to a couple buildings downtown Chicago that had elevator drivers in it. Damn, I'm old. All right, let me go back to the box. I do remember that shit, though. I'm going to bring this individual up just because of the name, but it says a pimp. See? Oh, wait a minute. I brought up Jest. I don't see the second half of your name.
Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
All right, man. So, oh, man. There's been so many subjects I've wanted to touch on that I've been hearing you speak about.
Okay.
I just all kind of lost me. But here you go.
Well, Kamala Harris being mentally ill from birth. What say you?
I think I'm going to hold a stance. I just think that's stupid. I mean, as someone that has, mental illness, and if she was, I don't think it's any of our business to know about it.
Yeah. So why do you think he would do that?
Trump talks a lot, in my opinion. I think he talks too much. Personal opinion. I think actually a lot of people think that. Yeah. Sometimes I wish he would just shut his mouth. He doesn't help, really. It doesn't help his case whenever he says something really stupid.
Yeah, in regards to
a lot of stupid things, in my opinion.
In regards to what you're saying, now you're voting for Trump, correct?
I'm actually, I don't think I'd vote for anyone this year. In my opinion, I don't like either one of our.
Wait, hold on. Before you finish that, 2020 Trump versus Biden. Did you vote in that?
No, sir. I was not old enough then to vote.
Okay, all right. So this will be your first election you're old enough nationally, and you're going to sit it out. Is there anybody you would have preferred to have ran?
Personally, I believe not, because I don't think any people that we like currently have really care enough about the people. All they care about is helping themselves and getting their buddies help. Nothing really about helping the people. And I feel like what the people around, not even just in the states, need. Like
now, may I ask, what is your age?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Oh, you're just old enough to vote. Okay. Yeah, because it's gonna take you some time. As you get older, you'll realize the politicians don't give a fuck about you. That you'll be sitting out every election. If you're going to sit out an election based on what you just stated, you'll never vote for the rest of your life.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Whenever you say that.
You are in a capitalistic country. And capitalism is about improving your own wealth, not looking out for the people. You're not going to get what you want ever. So, what about other policies? Pro-choice, pro-life?
Pro-choice. I'm very. I'd say I'd sit in the middle of that because I feel like people should have the right to, if someone were to be assaulted, or they are a minor, or their body just cannot handle it. Like medical things, but I don't think it should be used as a way of someone using it
Birth control. Birth control. Second Amendment. If I just turned 18 like you just did, I don't have a criminal record, and I want to purchase a couple ARs, 1,000 rounds, maybe 6 or 7 magazines. I just turned 18. I've never fired one. I don't have any training, but I don't have a criminal record, and I want all of this firepower. Should I be able to get it?
I think firearm safety classes should. All right, so I've grown up around firearms my entire life. I think firearm safety should be a mandatory class.
Mandatory.
If you're going to buy a firearm, you should take. It doesn't bother me because my firearm, we first bought it. I bought 1,100 rounds of ammunition, and that came in a single box, and that was like $200. It was 22 long. And the thing is, a magazine holds 25 rounds. If you're going out to a range, understand this, if you're going out to a range and you're practicing shooting, you're going to maybe go through 2 or 3 magazines.
Yeah, but what if I don't, I'm not talking about going to a range. I just want to, in my house, I want to have, maybe 1 or 2 long rifles, several magazines, lots of, maybe I want a drum. Do you think you should be allowed to get that?
I think you should be perfectly allowed to get that, but like I said beforehand, obviously, I think if you're going to buy a firearm, I think mandatory firearm safety classes should have to be taken before you can get your firearm, because I've seen a lot of videos of many people that, they like to show off their firearms, or they go outside and just shoot up in the air and stuff, and I think, well, it's illegal, but it's ridiculous. Like, why would you endanger people like this? I
don't know. You really, I think you sound like you lean a little bit more right, but that mandatory firearm classes, that's infringement, so you're not going to get that. But your stance on abortion is certainly to the right. Say that again.
I don't really see how. I think it should be, if people want to say that's infringement, I think every person has the right to bear arms, but if you're going to bear arms, I'd rather you be educated than, you have to have a license. You have to have a license, obviously, to drive a car. I think.
Yeah, but driving a car is a privilege. It's not a right. A right is just like you have the right to the pursuit of freedom, to the pursuit of liberty. I mean, you don't have to be educated to go get that. You have the right to free speech. You don't need to be educated to get it. A right means you have it by birth.
I don't think, but I do just believe that if you want to have those items, you can, but there's so much more to just, like you said, it's a right, it's an infringement if someone were to, mandatory classes to owning a firearm, but...
Like I said, you seem closer leaning right, but yet your Second Amendment stance might get you kicked out of the club.
I think referring to certain things as a club or like teams is very damaging.
I get it.
Well, I do know people view it that way. Like, because I would say I have views on both sides. I believe there are views I have on liberal or Democratic and Republican sides. I don't think there should be a single team. If there's someone that I respect where I feel like this person is going to help the country and help
Well, speaking of helping the country, how do you feel about universal health care? Would you favor making sure Americans had some form of socialized health care?
Yes, sir.
What about tuition loan forgiveness? People have taken out tuition loans and they're deep in debt, they're struggling. Would you be okay with forgiving some of those loans?
Personally, I don't really know. I don't feel like I know enough because I feel like that's very.
How about this then? How about making because it does cost a lot of money to go to college. How about making an additional 2 years after graduating from high school, just like public school? It becomes free. If you want to get a trade or get your associate, you can do that free of cost.
I think there are schools that do. If my girlfriend was going to a college for, I don't know.
Yeah, but some of that's based on income, though. I'm talking about for everybody. Like public school, everybody can go there. So after you graduate from high school, 2 more years to get your associates, to get a trade, 2 more years free for everybody. What's your take?
I'm still having a hard. Are you talking about like going to another school, like a community college?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
2 more 3 years. I think I would support that. Like 2 more years. If
you turning.
What did you say? 3? I thought you said 2.
I said 2. You're turning liberal right in my face. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, you getting left. You sounding all right. All right, fair.
Sir, like I said, I have values on both sides. It's not that like I may lean more like whenever I think of a household, I may think more conservative with household things than I do other like
legalization of marijuana. Would you support that?
Oh yeah.
All right, my point is made. I gotta move it on, Jess. Thanks for coming in here. Thank you.
Stop some other time. Talk about maybe I'll be more educated. Give you some more things we can actually talk about.
Hey, you can teach me what you need to know. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Well, I said legalization of marijuana. He didn't take a half second. He was hesitant on every damn thing else. I put that joint in front of his face. He's like, hell yeah, I smoked that. All right, look at it in the comments. He didn't stutter on that. No, he didn't. He didn't stutter on that at all. By the way, I do agree with you, Devo. He leans left. I think he stated he wouldn't want to allow abortion to be used for birth control. And he's okay with owning a firearm, but he wanted mandatory firearm safety training. I think you get a lot more liberals on board if you actually did that. He leans more left. You can teach me afar. You need to. I don't quite get that RTE girl, but people waste what is not learned all the time. That is true. No, but the return investment would be worth it for our country if we were more educated. You can do this cheaply like online. 100% true, but like I keep saying all the time, this is a capitalist country, and capitalism is about improving your own value and wealth. Capitalists are not about giving away free shit. That's what you often hear on the right. I don't want to give away. Capitalists will only do for others generally when there's something in it. Okay, I'll donate some money to the church, but I want to be able to put it on my taxes to get a write-off for it. I want something for it. They don't generally just do shit. So even though you hear educated populace by giving Americans an education, it would make the country better. Yeah, but the people who would pay for the education, the taxpayers, they don't see any return on their investment personally, so they're not interested in doing it. Yeah, America would evolve and be more educated in future generations as people became more educated, but the person who is paying for it now isn't going to enjoy the return on that. So they're not interested in doing it. This is why every time people push back and go, well, why do we have to send money to the Ukraine or other countries? Why can't we take care of Americans first? Because we benefit by sending money to the Ukraine. We don't benefit by looking out for the homeless. It's as simple as that. If we send money to the Ukraine, if they're able to push Russia out of their country, we may get a NATO member state. We're going to get an alliance out of it. We may get bases in the Ukraine. We may get trade balance benefit. We're going to benefit from it. You help homeless people out in the street, you're not going to get anything for it. So they're going to always opt to help other countries that may get on their feet and return huge amounts back. Then they are going to help out some homeless person, even veterans. Why do you don't help out the homeless veterans? Well, they don't already did their time in the military. So helping them out now, you won't get nothing from them. Now, it'd be different if I could help out a homeless veteran and then he could serve again and do more for his. I mean, it sounds cruel. I get it. I understand it sounds cruel, but at the end of the day, capitalism is about capitalizing on opportunities. There are no opportunities in helping out homeless, poor people, homeless vets that are strung out on drugs. There's no benefit to that. So they don't do it. America doesn't do it. Looking in the comments, the government benefits from the forgiveness because they will have to work for them. If they could get somehow, some way out of it like that, they might do it that way. Dude says I do it. Yeah, but there's not enough of you, dude. There's not enough of you. I call BS on that statement, says Samaj Gali. You can call BS on it, but then you got to explain why there's so many damn homeless people and struggling vets laying around. In wealthy areas often. California is one of the wealthiest states there is, and that's where all the homelessness is. And a lot of the homeless people are literally laying against properties that are worth thousands. You do it. There's not enough of you, though. Short-sightedness. Yeah. I'm a veteran, says dude. I hate it. I hate that we don't do for vets and things like that. But as I stated, by the time a vet is struggling, that vet is no longer of any benefit to society. He's already given the blood, sweat, and treasure that he's worth. The vet is probably past the age of maturity and things like that. So you're helping out a struggling vet that's in his 60s. You're not going to get any return from it. That's why it doesn't happen. That's why it doesn't happen, if you ask me. The other radical Democrat live did a poll that said, do you support Biden or Putin? LOL, so I came to yours. Well, any American that supports Putin over Biden is either doing it to be sarcastic or not worth their Social Security card. They're not worth their American passport, driver's license, and Social Security. Why the hell would you support a dictator that hates our nation? Interfered in elections, would like to see the demise of the United States, is anti-NATO, favors the Soviet. Why would you support Putin over Biden? That just sounds ignorant, if you ask me. Let me go back to the box. That just sounds like straight ignorant. Real quick, a pimp. I gotta bring up a pimp. Okay, I don't know where this is gonna go, but I'm talking to a pimp. Good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Oh man.
I had to change my picture, man, because Mr. X had the pew, and I guess TikTok frowned upon that. So, you heard of Uncle Ruckus. Yes. This is a shout out to the Boondocks. A pimp named Slickback.
Okay, all right, okay. I got my foot now. Okay, I got my foot. So what do you think with Trump saying that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill?
Man, he's disrespectful. I mean, he's disrespectful. I mean, like Dean Cal said, I've been meaning to tell Julio and Gen X and them to big gay up and stretch before they come in this live, because they're going to pop a hip out of their socket or or pull a hamstring.
Damn.
So, much as they contort for, to make Trump, just to justify what Trump says is entertaining, to say the least.
and real quick in the comments, hang on a second, Furback, because Maga reacts said, I still haven't seen a video of him saying that. Really? Well, you happen to be in the right place, sir. Because I can give it to you right now. You haven't heard Trump referring to Kamala Harris as mentally ill. It's been all over TV.
To become president of the United States, she must never be allowed. That's over 647,572 migrant criminals who Kamala set loose to rape, pillage, thieve, plunder, and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. You know, we don't want you to do anything.
It's a short video.
And they come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, if a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office. And rightfully so. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
Born mentally. And by the way, I get blaming it on Kamala because you're running against her. But Kamala, the vice president, Mayorkas is the guy they tried to impeach for fucking up at the border. Biden is the vice president is responsible for all this shit. I think they've given Kamala Harris way too much credit for being. Notice we hear about Trump and how secure the border was under Trump, and nobody's giving Mike Pence credit for any of that. The vice president doesn't sign legislation. This isn't Kamala Harris's job. But go ahead, Furback. I mean, because he said he had you heard this before?
Yeah, I heard it, but if you listen to that, that's kind of the problem. You know what I mean? You know, I talked about, jokingly with Julio and Gen X. But that's the problem. Every time he says something ridiculous, he got cheered. There's no accountability for the man. You know, the only time I've seen MAGA and his supporters holding to any kind of account is when he suggested that they should get the jab.
Yeah. Now, I did see somebody in the comments say, well, why is it wrong for Trump to say this about Kamala, but not wrong for it to be said about Trump? That's a legitimate point, but Kamala Harris doesn't engage in that. It's a difference between somebody calling Trump a racist or mentally ill that is maybe at Maxine Waters level or the squad, as opposed to a vice president or a presidential candidate. And Kamala Harris doesn't engage in this stuff. Otherwise, MAGA would be all over it. She's not saying this kind of wild stuff. So I don't know, but at the end of the day, him saying that, and by the way, he didn't just say she's mentally ill. He said she was born that way. There's no evidence of Kamala Harris having a medical diagnosis that says she was mentally ill as a kid. I mean, it's just a flat-out lie.
But that's what makes Trump so dangerous and unpredictable, in my opinion. Because, just to your point, what if I'm a world leader from Afghanistan or something, right? And I say, hey, I heard you got little BOBs over there. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You know, what?
Yeah.
You know, the accordion hands are going to go, and he's going to be like, here, let me show you.
Yeah. And I think I was watching some analyst show, and they pointed that out, that a lot of world leaders know that Trump can be triggered and egged on because of his, like the rallies. When you sit there watching Kamala Harris in a debate with Trump, and she's triggering him constantly, rally size and all this stuff, and he's just falling into all of this stuff. And because if she had called him mentally ill, he would have went insane off of it. So yeah, I do agree with you that some world leaders are probably watching the behavior of Trump and knowing that, what they say, flattery will get you everywhere. If you flatter this guy and kiss the ring, you can kind of control him to some degree.
Agreed. I mean, even, the debate that took Joe out, he was calm. But when he said that he talked about his golf game and his weight, he about came motherfucking inch.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we need an adult in the fucking White House. Like I said, I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump, but I'm a fair man. I'll give him a chance, you know what I mean? But how long can we not tell our eyes what we seeing is what the fuck we seeing. I mean, all these Trump whisperers and interpreters, you know, he didn't mean that. I seen Maga react, oh, that's not what he meant. Then what the fuck did he mean? You know, if I say fuck you, Tim, do I need someone to tell you? Did I just say fuck you, Tim? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, you know, here's what confuses me and leaves me baffled is that we got Trump in there because he talks like a typical New Yorker. He shoots straight from the hip and calls it as he sees it. But then when you hold him accountable for what he just said, well, he didn't mean that. You took it out of context. I thought he speaks straight from the hip. But when he says something, you can't take it at face value. It means something else. I didn't normally used to hear that until he got elected.
And like I said, Tim, you know, that same thing is probably why he's really gonna get his ass whooped this election. Like I said, I don't see any strategy that I've seen this campaign run that he's trying to get more votes. Like I just don't get it. He's just closing up his base. It seems like he's not trying to add nobody to the tent. In my humble opinion.
Yeah, I gotta say, and I see in the comments, Ed G on YouTube said, so he said she was born dumb and you cry about it. Well, we're not crying about it, we're questioning it, but I agree with you, Pimp, that he isn't trying to expand his base because Trump wins, among voters, Trump wins on the policies, particularly the border and the economy. Yet he's wasting time on shit like this. Just stick to those policies that people favor. You don't need to talk about cats and dogs and, you know, and you hating Taylor Swift. Just stick to what people, that's what Kamala Harris is doing to a degree. She's not holding interviews, which she should be, but she's being advised properly. Stick to what's working. You winning with this. Why go out there and do what they want when you're winning with what you're doing?
Well, you know, me and you are roughly around the same time, and my grandmother used to always say, you know, when two fools are arguing, you can't tell who is who.
I've heard that many times. So at the end of the day, you think Kamala's going to pull it off?
Yeah, I do, man. Like, I think even, you know, when Joe was running, and I keep telling Maga this says more about Trump. Trump cried that, you know, oh, how can a man beat me from the basement? Well, because it's you.
Yep.
How can a person that just got her campaign together in less than an hour or two is competing with you? It's because it's you.
Yep.
Like I said, you're the problem, my man. You know, use thumbs. That's what I tell my kids. You know, don't point, use your thumbs because you need to deal with you. You can't be controlled. And what the GOP should have did, it was like, hey, we're going to put a puppet for you to control, and you just sit back. That's what they should have did.
Yeah.
But they put him up to keep him out of prison or whatever else, or to save their face, and they're going to find out. So I wish him well. He might need to stage another assassin attempt or something before, you know, something comes, before the next election comes up or we vote. But anything short of that, man, he's just going to keep putting his foot in his mouth.
30 days. Appreciate you coming through. 30 days, man.
Love you, Tim.
Anytime. Thank you. Sentiments exactly. Real quick in the comments, Dude, shout out to Bill and Ted's. Dude says, what do you mean you can't be controlled? You're told you're not black if you don't vote Democrat. No, he said if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He's not running anymore. So you can't attribute Biden saying, you know, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He's not running anymore. That statement cannot be attributed to Kamala Harris. Different candidate. I know it's a valuable statement. It worked well for Trump when he was running against Biden. And I will say that Biden made a good whipping boy. I think many folks that support Trump, most MAGA wish Biden was still the candidate because you guys had a lot of really good one-liners, you know, fuck Joe Biden, FJB, Sleepy Joe. You guys had a lot of good shit on him. You don't have it on Kamala. That's why you're kind of begging for her to go out and do interviews. You're desperate for material. You had loads of it on Biden, him falling down, falling up the aircraft. You don't have any of that on her. So she's a much harder target because you don't have all that content you had on Biden. But by the way, in regards to the vote for me and you ain't black, Trump did state that if you are Jewish and you don't vote for him, you hate Israel, you hate your own country. So Trump does have a derivative of vote for me or you ain't Jewish out there. This is when I say if you only watch one side of the media, you lean right, you watch right wing. You lean left, you watch left. If you lean one way, you don't hear things that are on the other side. If you watch nothing but MSNBC, you're going to get a lot of anti-Trump shit, very little anti-Kamala Harris. If you watch Fox News, it's the exact opposite. I get right-wing viewers of the program all the time. I play stuff for them they've never heard because you watch an OAN or Newsmax, they're going to paint Trump in a good light. Like, I hate Taylor Swift, for instance. They're not going to tell you much about that. You probably heard of it once or twice, but watch the left. They're running it on loops, such as him saying that Kamala Harris is mentally ill. They're not talking about that much on Fox. It doesn't make them look good. The cats and dogs, they're not covering that anymore on Fox at all. They've moved on from that, even though Trump is still talking about it. Or if Trump gets up there and says he's going to pardon those who are incarcerated behind jail, Fox News ain't playing that. They're not going to play that. So you're going to hear what's in the best interest of your candidate if you watch right or left media. Depends on what you're watching. What the hell do you have to lose, Team Carter? And that is another quote Trump said to black voters. That's now like 8 years old or something like that. That was when he ran the first time. That's kind of old at this point. Maga, Fox played it very sparsely. Trump is still talking about this stuff. Maga reacts. Trump is still talking about pardoning the January 6th participants. Fox ain't playing that anymore. He's still talking about Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Fox ain't talking about that no more. They gave it credence and credibility because it was all over the news when it happened. He's still doing it. The left-wing media is still covering it because he's still saying it. The right media is not talking about it anymore. They know it's hurting him. They know it's not effective for his re-election campaign. So the right-wing media is not continuing to cover it. But he is still saying it, by the way. He's still saying that stuff. Fox is smarter than Trump, says Method Man. Well, they're looking out for the candidate they want to win. They know that Trump has the policies that people favor. But as my last guest rightfully pointed out, the reason Kamala Harris is competitive against Trump is because it's not about Kamala Harris. My last guest rightfully stated, Trump is running against Trump. That's it. Trump is running for people who like his policies and like Trump against people who don't like Trump and don't like his mouth. You could put a host of liberals in place of Kamala Harris, and they would still, any liberal you put in there, any liberal, Biden, Newsom, Whitmer, any of them are going to get at least 50 million votes because the anti-never Trump crowd is that big. Any liberal, you can fill in the blank. You could put in one of those Haitian cats and dogs and it would get at least 50 million votes because there is that many people that don't like Trump. Now, after that, then you got to have a little bit of flair. And that's what we'll see if Kamala Harris has that rest of that flair. And MDJ says, what policies? Well, with Trump, they favor the tariffs he's promising. They favor drill, baby, drill. They favor the border protection, largest deportation in history, even giving police immunity and having to purge. I mean, you hear him applauding that stuff. Yes. Trump has a lot of policies. You may not like them, but he has plenty of policies. Real quick, Joe's head in a jar of green stuff would get 50 million votes. Yes. I think it was Mark Cuban, former owner of the Dallas Mavericks. You see him on Shark Tank. He stated he wouldn't vote for Trump. This was when Biden was still in the race. He stated he would not vote for Trump if Biden was on his deathbed receiving last rites. He would still vote for Biden. So there you go. And I think Bill Maher, which the right uses all the time also, Bill Maher from HBO, said he would vote for Biden if they had his head in a jar of blue liquid when Biden was still in. So there's a lot of anti-Trumpers out there. That's what I said, about 50 million. Anybody you put in there is going to get about 50 million votes because they don't like Trump. At least that much. I don't think, which is why Biden barely able to, talk in a lot of cases, falling down, clearly aging right before our very eyes, was still very competitive against Trump. I don't think he was going to win, but it wasn't going to be a landslide. Trump wasn't going to beat him. There's a lot of anti-Trumpers out there. That's okay. We have 340 million Americans. They're not all voting, James. You got 350 plus million Americans. Shit, damn near half of them ain't voting. Some of them are babies. Some of them are felons. They're not all voting, James. Okay. I said 50 million people are voting against Trump. You go, well, that's okay. We got 340 million Americans. James, I'd say at least 150 million of them damn near ain't gonna vote. Look in the comments here. God, I hear Kamala is going to get the felons to vote from here on out. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't know. Even a lot of liberals might not support. It depends on the felony. Now, I do personally believe if a felon is dangerous to society, either keep them incarcerated or let them get their fucking life back together. Period. I don't believe in letting a felon out of prison and holding so much shit over their head, it's impossible for them not to go back inside. So, yeah, at the end of the day, if that person is that bad for society, either keep them incarcerated or let them out and let them become a normal citizen again, which includes voting rights. Yeah. I don't see, if you passed a bad check when you were 20 and you're my age now, why the hell is that affecting your voting rights? Yeah, I agree with that. If that's what she's going to do, I agree with it. I mean, once you're out, you're out. I don't care if you were a murderer. If you did your time, maybe you did a life sentence. Maybe you did a 20 piece. You got out after 20. Why can't you vote now? You're voting on shit that matters to you. You want this felon to get a job, to become a productive member of society, but they can't vote on people who might create jobs and make society easier for them? Yeah. Once they're out, let them vote. Yeah, I'm 100% behind that. I don't see any legitimate reason other than this. The right tends to be far more punitive on crime than the left. People say the left is soft on crime. We can debate that back and forth, but the right is typically more tougher on crime. So if you allow felons to vote, they're probably going to vote left. Most of them are probably going, not to mention the way our system is set up, you put more people of color in there as well. I saw somebody earlier talking about blacks commit more crimes. At the end of the day, think about how many times you've seen a person get out of prison after doing 20, 30 years for a crime they didn't commit. Some of them even come straight off death row. They are almost always people of color. Almost always. Very rare do you see a white person released from prison after doing decades for a crime they didn't commit. So yeah, if you allow felons to vote, most of them are going to probably vote left. It's just the way our system is. I mean, yeah, they're going to mostly vote left. So I don't think the right would be in favor of that. Because our system, we talk about blacks committing more crime. Our system, if you are put in jail for a crime you didn't commit, chances are you're black. You are a black, impoverished male. Overwhelmingly, you are a black, poor male. That's who go to jail for crimes they didn't commit. By far more than anybody else. I'm looking in the comments though, and that's the right's point. Any way to hold back black votes? Well, them people ain't gonna vote right. You could be right. They're not gonna vote for conservatives. That is true. Looking in the comments real quick. A rape conviction with no witnesses, no evidence, and they literally changed the law just to get the civil conviction, then changed it back a year later. A lot of our laws are based on just being angry with people. So I don't know what else to say about that. All right, looking in the comments, where Trump is running to stay out of prison. Trump ain't going to prison. Trump is not going to jail. I can't pronounce the name. Simaj, is that what I'm looking at? I saw you holding on. Appreciate that. Good afternoon.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Your earlier comments about the veterans and the schools.
Yeah, I saw you disagree.
Short-sighted thinking.
Explain.
I mean, you need consumers in a capitalistic economy. The more that they consume, the more that they can produce, they can consume, they benefit our economy.
Yeah.
When you educate young folks, they come into the job market and dilute the rest of the jobs, making each individual laborer less valuable. So we can't demand as much if there's 100,000 of us able to all do the same job, you know?
Well,
there's only 75,000 jobs. I mean,
yeah. Well, first of all, if the education was easier to obtain without people going so seriously into debt, I think that right off the bat would make it so that more people are educated, though.
yeah, it would. I mean, and we've seen capitalism to the max on that. I mean, we went out, we set up all these programs where they get these loans, and then we watch the cost of education go through the roof.
Right.
You know,
that's capitalism.
It's plumb ridiculous.
That's capitalism.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to sidestep that anyway. You know.
Well, you can sidestep it by you can sidestep it by the way I just stated. Just like public school, give folks out of taxpayer dollar another 2 years of education. Just make it normal, like a lot of other Western countries do.
Yeah, there's a lot of Western countries that, you know, at least a bachelor's is there for free.
Yeah.
And you take France, they went in the streets when they were talking about setting, and saying foreigners had to pay a tuition fee for college. They went to the streets to complain about it.
Well, then again, that could be some far left lunatics. Just because people were in the street complaining about something don't mean that's the sentiment of the country. I mean, just like on 9/11, some people were in the streets celebrating what Bin Laden had did. That don't mean the whole country felt that way. I mean, people who want to make a point will go find them fools.
Yeah, there was enough of them out there complaining that they backed that back down, and they decided they'd leave it free. You know.
No.
So, I mean.
Well, that's a different argument. Giving college education to people that are in the country illegally or whatever the case. That's a different argument. I understand.
I'm not talking about illegally. I'm just saying how far they went in France, because they realized if we let them raise the tuition for these folks, even though they're supposed to be on the outside, they're going to end up trying to charge us for it.
Yeah.
There's no them and us in those other countries when it comes to labor disputes and issues and policies. They're in the streets. They don't let themselves get separated over a them-they situation, us and them.
Well, I will say this. In this country, if the foreigners are going to be allowed to stay here, you are, as a country, better off with them being educated. I mean, they're not going to want to pick oranges for the rest of their time here.
I mean, I'm not saying that we need to educate foreigners. I'm just pointing out that we've got to think more about us, not the U.S. exactly, but us as a whole. And remember, the government's there for us, not for the rich folks. And we've got to get out there and vote like that. We've got to quit being this divided.
Well, and by the way, I see in the comments real quick in the comments, I see somebody saying Pete Rose from the Cincinnati Reds died today. Wow. I didn't know that. Huh. I still have his baseball card. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said lots of folks been dying here lately.
Well, it ain't like he's a kid, though. I mean, Pete Rose is, he stopped playing ball in the 80s. I mean, he lived a full life. It ain't like he died at 52. Yeah. I mean, he up there. So, and Mutombo, the basketball player, wow. I did not know that. Damn.
Yeah.
Pete Rose never made it to the Hall of Fame. Spent the rest of his life trying to. Oh, well, wow.
Didn't they convict him of some kind of gambling issue?
That's exactly what happened. He was betting on games, and it prevented him from making it to the Hall of Fame. And he tried, but he never made it.
Yeah, but we just got to stop this them and us stuff, And that's why I like Harris at this point. I don't hear that much them and us out of her, from what I've heard of her. But anytime I listen to Trump, there's always a boogeyman in the woods. There's always fear-mongering. There's always this split,
Well, Trump's claim to fame is somebody is out to get you. I mean, he started out by saying the election is rigged. So Trump's claim to fame from day one is that what he say? They're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. I mean, that's what he said from day one, is that I'm here to stop people from getting you.
Yeah, that's not what you want in a good politician, you know? Maybe to try to win an election, but he don't stop. He just continues to split the country. I mean,
wow. He
has no idea what what a republic is about, you know? Yeah. It makes no sense. And this whole Israeli thing, how does he think he's going to support Israel any more than what Biden and them has done?
He can easy. He can do a lot more for Israel than what Biden and them has done. For the most part, pretty much give them whatever they need without any. I think Trump would be far more pro-Israel, no matter where Benjamin Netanyahu takes it, than Biden. I mean, Biden has come out and stated that he's asking for a ceasefire from Benjamin Netanyahu. He stated Benjamin Netanyahu is not doing everything he can to get a ceasefire. And what Netanyahu is now doing, they're not even telling the United States with these strikes. They're kind of operating without. If Trump was in there, Trump would be giving them the weapons and telling them where to, giving them surveillance and everything, intelligence, all of that. Trump would be backing him 100%.
It's funny to me how we're starting to repeat the 20s again, you know?
Wow.
It just, the 1920s again.
That's scary. We know where that hits.
Right. Yep. The good guys won that time. I'm hoping that the good guys will win now. You know?
Depends on what your definition of the good guys is. Well, I got to move on. Go ahead. Get the last word.
Yeah. That's all. Thanks for having me up anyway.
Thank you. And I appreciate the holding, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Moving on with the program. Real quick, I work at a hospital and have more foreign doctors than American doctors. Well, when you don't put an emphasis on education, that's what happens. Those foreign doctors are coming from countries that do put a heavy emphasis on education. Our country doesn't. So we have to import labor. But keep in mind also, capitalism is working in both sides. First of all, capitalism is working at play because we don't want to pay money for our own Americans to go to college, which is why we put the expense on the kids. They come out of college into the job market, thousands of dollars in debt. So capitalism is not about sharing even with other Americans. That's part one of it. Part two is because these other countries place a heavy emphasis on education, but the salaries they would make in their own countries is much less. Capitalism allows us to take those folks and let them work here for about a third of the pay. So you don't have to educate Americans and you don't have to properly pay the foreign doctors that are coming here. That's how capitalism works. It's not about doing for others. It's about doing for self. Anyhow, I do appreciate the 130. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. As always, we are here Monday through Friday. Feel free to follow the program Civilized Dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host, block, ban, or censor. Same on YouTube, a subscription if you will. Nevertheless, I do have to step away. I will see you folks